Speak Out. Let me just reverse a bit and say good morning to the listeners of Vibes. Welcome to the program.
If I stay within my setting as a public officer, as the public relations officer, and I stay just within the office space and do not go out to the public, how will we understand what is happening on the ground?
Still delivering.
We've done a lot, not just in terms of the general infrastructure, but homes, support to farmers, support to fishermen, etc. And as time goes by, more support will be given to Carriacou and Timaki.
It's Speak Out Unfiltered. Built back, even better, to last.
Let us all strive to build a better country by putting aside our petty grievances and move forward with dignity, being proud of working hard and working together.
Anything that we're doing now, it's futuristic thinking. It's not for the now.
Education is the key in a country's development. That's it. If its people are not developed,
Can we don't go that far, no? Just remember, knowledge is power. When you know, you know.
that's it.
It's Speak Out Unfiltered. We have to have you on Vibes 101.3 and 106.3 FM every Thursday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Do you feel the vibes? Go in. Go in.
The views expressed on this program are those of the host and guests and not the views of this radio station. And this is where I take the time this morning and say good morning to you right here on Vibes FM. Welcome to the program Speak Out Unfiltered for today, Thursday. As you are making your way out and settling into positions to do what you have to do, we want to encourage you as well to stay informed. It's interactive, informative, and entertaining as well. Speak Out Unfiltered every day from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on Vibes FM, every Thursday rather, okay? And it's always exciting to have this program with you. And if in case you want to join us, when we open up the telephone lines, the telephone number is 403-0101. Again, that's 403-0101, 443-0101, and 458-1914. 458-1914. For those of you on YouTube, those of you on Facebook, wherever you are listening, watching us, the numbers are scrolling in the bottom of your screen, so you could always take it down and call whenever you feel like you want to participate. A lot of things on for discussion. And in the trial and state of Carriacou, Timatic, and Grenada, good morning again. St. Vincent and Grenadines, good morning. Those of you on the internet, the worldwide internet, good morning, good morning. It's always a pleasure. So as usual, I start off by introducing my co-host, first of all, for the program, and none other in the form of Mr. Milton J. Koshy. Good morning, Mr. Koshy.
What?
Giving you all this morning.
What?
Okay.
It is interesting to hear. I haven't heard that title for a while, and of course I used it because it's part. I mean, I'm not just from one. I'm from two.
Okay.
So my mom is a Koi, my father is Kwashi. Mm-hmm. So I celebrate. That's why I'm kind of surprised to hear you honor my father.
Well, I know the roots.
Yes,
so that's why sometimes.
Yeah, no, it's just that you know that custom hearing that hearing that kind of address salutation or whatever.
Okay.
So I'm just saying I thank you though.
Okay.
I thank you. So let me say thank you for introducing me, and certainly a pleasure to be back again this morning. I always say here that the opportunity to engage each other, even though we disagree at times, is good. But the fact of engaging each other, I think that enhances and strengthens our community. And so I want to say welcome to all those of you who are online. Already I'm seeing people are on the chat and they are responding. It's always a nice thing, Kim, to communicate with each other, and I think enough of that is not done at a community level. Let's talk to each other. We don't always have to agree, but talking to each other, we can all learn from each other. And I think that Speak Out Unfiltered today,
yes, give it a platform.
Yes.
And right to my right now, he's in a different position this morning. I just want to say good morning to Pastor Samuel Caesar Well, Pastor Caesar, good morning to you. How are you doing?
Good morning, Kimmy King. It's a joy for me to be here, for this is the day that the Lord has made, and cause us to rejoice and be glad in this day. For there has never been a day like this day, neither will there ever be another day like this day. Thank you for the invitation.
Well, thank you so much for coming in as well, too.
God bless you.
And
sir.
last but not least, sometimes we say ladies first, but sometimes I like to leave ladies for last, because when you have special titles and special information I want to share with us, in the studio with me, studio, YouTube, looking at the video, we'll see Magella Mark. Good morning to you. Good morning. How are you?
How are you?
How are you this morning? Tell me.
Good. It's a bit rainy out, but I appreciate to be able to kind of be in the Caribbean.
Yeah. Oh, that's the way it is.
So I'm not complaining.
Oh, no. Rain comes anytime. And the sun comes anytime. That's the way it is. We don't have no particular time for anything. So that's the way we have to just get used to it, okay?
Oh, of course.
And your position is you're the executive director, curator, in the museum. In Carriacou, you are here for a purpose, though, right?
Yes.
Yes, and it's exciting when I spoke to you just the other day, realizing that you are visiting Carriacou, or you will be in Carriacou for quite a while, and there's a reason for you being here. Got me really excited. Really, really excited, because I know as it pertains to museum and protecting and preserving our history, artifacts, and knowing who we are as a people,
Yeah.
we need to make sure that we maintain that.
Yes.
Right. Okay.
I agree.
Yes. Sir. So tell me a little bit about you and your purpose again. Yeah.
Okay. So I'm coming in. Hopefully, I'll be here for a couple years to be able to rebuild a museum, and then from there, you guys, hopefully, I do a good job enough that you don't kick me off the island. And
I like that.
yeah, so I've worked in various industries, but in the last couple of years, very niched in history,
Yeah.
specifically producing for podcasts and documentaries, and doing a lot of exhibitions specifically pertaining to Black culture, African diaspora, and overall any type of work that is kind of tied to the African descent community as a whole.
Okay. Your surname is Mark, though. And
Yes.
When I said Mark this morning, it reminds me of our names in Carriacou. Mark. We have some of the surnames here.
Yeah.
Maybe you have some families here too. You never know.
So I don't know any personal relatives. So hello, family. Hi, cousins. How are you doing? I know from my mother's side, for sure, her maternal side is the Edmonds here in Carriacou. So ED, I've learned that is two separate families, Edmonds and Edmonds.
Right. Yes.
Yes. So I've caught on to that. And then I heard recently in the last couple of days that, there's Marks here, and specifically Marks who went over to the mainland in Grenada and St. David's, and that's where my father was born. So I might be kayak on both sides of my.
I like that kayak on both sides. Okay.
So it's become a very interesting couple of weeks of kind of learning about myself, but also the community, and kind of seeing what I can do here to contribute.
Okay, so Milton, we should just tell her welcome home, right?
Well, certainly. I think, and if you listen to how she speaks, she is one of us. She is one of us. Just just communicating, and and the fact that she is going to be involved in the museum activities and the and things of that nature, history, and so on.
Yeah.
Tells us that she wants to really reconnect with her ancestors, with her past, because she is just acknowledging that she might be connected both here in Carriacou and on mainland.
Right. Okay.
Her father is from St. David. So I'm just saying it's a whole heaping set of connection that we are starting now. And I must say to you, Magella, welcome.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. I know, ever since burial in particular, our museum has been destroyed. And there's nothing much that's been done to it. And now that you're in Carriacou, and you'll be trying in many ways to see if you could, bring it back to life, and tell us the purpose, tell us what's the intention.
Yeah. So back in 2024, I was here for the hurricane. So I experienced it in St. George's, in my family home, where my mother is, in Fontenoy. And then I was with my sister at the time. And one of the first thoughts I had was, what's going to happen to the museum? So, of course, I just randomly started emailing as many organizations that I could, just explaining that we are going to need support. And of course, days after the hurricane, I came to Karaku to try to help. And then somehow, you know, with enough determination, people started responding back to me. So I'm really grateful. I was able to get a grant from a tech company called Playbook. And then I was able to get another grant uh, from the organization, the Cultural Emergency Response. And so with that, I ended up really trying to help spearhead at least cleaning up and the actual kind of preparing the building for reconstruction, but protecting what is there. If even the artifacts we have now in a container, and we have some in the museum, but I'm very grateful that I was very lucky to be able to get those grants, to be able to at least start helping with the actual um, cleanup of the museum itself
Yeah.
and sealing off the museum, so it doesn't get damaged any further. Um, so then from there, I think I was doing enough work.
Well, you,
You
you
know,
just mentioned that you were here, right after the hurricane.
Yeah.
You saw the damage.
yeah,
You saw what happened.
yeah. So I actually was one of the volunteers to help clean up the post office.
Oh, okay.
Yes,
Okay. Uh-huh,
that's what
uh-huh.
I was doing when I came to volunteer. I was there for some time, and then I ended up volunteering somewhere else. I can't remember at the moment, but I did come days after the hurricane, and just um, trying to help and do what I can.
Right.
I wrote a report for the Institute of Caribbean Studies in DC, letting them know my own personal accounts of what I saw, trying to get support. And then I did actually speak in Washington, D.C. in the state representative office for the Caribbean conference under Dr. Claire Nelson, who's a mentor of mine. She's the pioneer of Caribbean American Heritage Month in the U.S.
Mhm.
And so she has been also a great guide in trying to make sure I do this job properly. Um, and yeah, I even spoke then in Washington, D.C. about the damage that was caused to Karaku specifically, understanding that the U.S. specifically provided with the U.S. aid only, I think, 1.5 million.
Okay.
Yeah. And I think also St. Vincent got 1.5, and I think Jamaica got 2 million. But I knew that that wasn't
Yeah.
enough.
Yeah.
Of course, we got funding from other places, but I think that was the moment last year when I spoke, um, where I realized that, especially unfortunately with the challenges that's being faced in the government there in the U.S., that having aid for future potential disasters might be very challenging. The U.S. aid is completely gone now.
Yeah, we realized that. I've been
Yeah.
following the news in the US,
Yes, yeah. My Dr. Nelson, she made me aware of that. I think last night or the night before, and so I think is in talks of how do we make sure that we're able to be self sufficient, in case we don't have the funding we need to support. And what I spoke about specifically then is that we need to stop providing charity funds after the disaster.
Okay.
We need investment
Mm.
in actual infrastructure to help to prevent the damage that has been done in such severe levels. So then something as levees or be able to create infrastructure that will be able to help kind of alleviate the damage for future hurricanes. And so that I was really pushing for. It's not just after the fact when everyone is now having to beg for help that now you want to toss a bone. It's no, invest
Mhm.
for prevention.
Okay. Now you just mentioned, that you were here and you saw what transpired, and then
Mhm.
with that drive in you, observing things one on one, you were able to go there and try to get grants and stuff
Yeah.
like that to see if you could rebuild. The rebuilding process takes time, What sort of plans like that you have,
Yes, we do have plans.
Yeah.
So we do have a new render of the museum. We are going to at least pay homage to the past by holding on to the actual limestone and molasses structure that is currently there. I know a lot of people in the community still see it there sealed off. Of course, that was constructed in like 1825.
Mhm.
And so the fact that it's still there is, I think, is quite impressive. even though it is a reminder of, unfortunately, our enslaved ancestors with specifically the cotton gin, which is what the original building was. Unfortunately, the top floor, or fortunately, we'll say, the top floor has been pretty much wiped off from the hurricane barrel. But as a result, the light at the end of the tunnel is now we have an opportunity to be able to construct something new. So we're not going to rebuild what was there before. We're going to try to modernize it, pay homage to the old,
Yeah.
but then try to update the museum so it's up to international standards. It can be used as actual shelter during hurricanes, and it actually provides a space where people in the community, not just tourists, but people right here will use it, hopefully every day. So that would include the bottom floor will have our archive, a permanent archive. Of course, as we grow, again, I'm thinking about 2050 and 2100 in the future.
okay.
We will need more space as history continues and our stories continue to get collected and archived. But what is important is that at least we have a permanent space for now, for the actual permanent archive in our history and our artifacts. And then we will have a museum shop. We will have a little children's section that I hope be utilized by the youth, because I just learned there's a lot of schools here.
Yeah.
I think 7 schools here, and then one in PM. So I think it's really important to be able to make sure the youth utilize it, because again, eventually they will be the ones who will have ownership of maintaining it. The top floor will be, of course, an art gallery and also event space where I'm hoping the community comes in for lectures or to see international art or to just kind of hang out. And then we will have a terrace. That's the plan, to have an outdoor rooftop space where we have a cafe slash bar, where again, I'm hoping that people just come to just get a tea and to read a book outside, right on the rooftop, or have meetings there, or just, I don't know, go on a date. Or so I really want the space to be utilized, not just for the tourists or to draw in tourists, which is of course a goal of ours, but for the absolute local community to actually see themselves in the space, see themselves reflected in the space, see themselves using the space, and knowing that they have ownership. Because I don't think people realize, and after speaking to people for a couple of weeks, I didn't think I realized that the museum is not government owned. It's community owned and community led. So I was hired technically by the board, who's the community. So I technically work for the community.
Okay.
So my goal is to make sure that I live up to, and mind you, again, I've only been here for a couple of weeks, but I live up to at least some kind of expectations where they know that I am here fighting for them.
So you spoke about modernize, which was very interesting there. But I'm looking at the size of the project that we have right now, the building. So which means most likely there's a lot of room for expansion and making it much bigger, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, what I'm very excited about. We're going to use up all the land mass.
Yeah.
Simply because, again, the expectation is as we continue, as time goes on, we will accumulate more history, more archives, more artifacts.
So you need more space.
So we will need more space. Of course, again, we don't know how long this building will be utilized as the museum, but the goal is that is a space that is for the community. So maybe in 2050 or 2080, the space would then be used as a community center or a library or art residencies for the community. And then we have to build, hopefully, another museum with more of our things. And so we're able to tell our story in a larger scale.
Well, that sounds very interesting. Now, is it going to be done in like phases, flow at a time, and maybe in operation, or you're going to wait until this project is complete before you have that,
If I had it my way, it would be a floor at a time, because I would like to be able to at least see progress and have the public in the space so they could see the progression and use the space. Again, we have reached out to different architects. We do have one mock-up from one architect that we have really kind of settled on, which is, okay, this is something that works. But again, we have to make sure that is able to be used by the community and they can see themselves actually using the space. So I did also reach out to other architects to make sure that we have as many ideas as possible and see where we can go from there to make sure that this is a space that, that the elders will feel really good going into and they could actually use the space so it's handicap accessible as well. That the, parents could bring their children and kind of have them run about and, do activities. And so they could really, all right, I can have something for my kids to do. But hopefully also the youth, the teens, and also the young people be able to kind of go there and say, hey, okay, it's a Thursday night. Let's go to the museum. Let's check it out. There's a discussion or a workshop on, watercolors, or there's a event happening where we're talking about particular artists, and really kind of creating salons where they feel like there's kind of a intellectual events they could also attend, where they might feel like, okay, great, I could go ahead and get dolled up a bit and go to this event and really kind of get, mentally stimulated with, a lot of information that I probably didn't know before if I didn't attend. And so it's trying to create alternatives to not only holding history, but also bringing entertainment and also community engagement.
Yeah.
hmm
Very important. Yeah?
Yes.
Yeah, it's very important because it's not just the history that we're talking about preserving, we're looking at more, the community involvement
Right.
in the entire setting.
Yes.
And that is very important when we have the community getting together like that.
Mhm.
So now that you have basically is the final draft, of that.
Yeah. So
already
we
done?
do have a draft. I think that's already been made public. And again, until we actually break ground and see what we're dealing with, we have to make sure that this is something that is possible and something that we know, okay, we're not going to have any issues in the future. Like I said before, I want to make sure personally that this space can be used as a shelter.
Right. Okay.
So when the youth, not the youth, but God forbid, we have community or people out there who needs to have somewhere to go, they could come into the museum and they know they are welcome there and they're safe.
Yeah.
So we're also having, something very sustainable with solar panels and trying to use recyclable and salvage materials to make sure that we actually focus on this museum and this institution as an actual beacon for the community, like a pillar.
Right.
And then hopefully from there, it will inspire other kind of buildings to pop up that is also for the community.
Oh boy, it sounds very exciting. Boy, it sounds
I have
really
high
exciting.
expectations, apparently.
No, yeah, well, I realize that.
Well,
Yeah.
I appreciate your response. I mean, the fact that what you are hearing is certainly a positive thing. And Kim, what I think that is very, very interesting with this connection, here we are speaking about reconstruction, rebuilding, and ensuring that the island have a museum, and we all understand what a museum is. But do you also know that behind the museum, literally as a structure, is the Carriacou Historical Society?
Yeah.
And this is its 50th year. So the whole thing is happening just in time. Is meshing as there was. So there is the celebration as well of 50th anniversary of the museum, of the Carriacou Historical Society at this time, and I think it's wonderful. I mean, it creates, in my view, it brings the community together, looking back at our past, understanding our past, as well as building for the future. Here we are. Majula is talking about 2080. 2080?
Well, one of the things I like about the idea of the museum, especially, it's the community, no government involvement in this, which make it.
It's owned by the
easier.
community.
Yeah, it makes it easier to manage. You don't have no politics or nothing of the nature.
True.
So you could make a decision. You have a board and everything like that.
Right.
So that's a way forward. And,
I do think that having, and again, there's no reason why we can't get some type of incentive, because again, we're here part of, I guess, the nation of Grenada as a whole. But I do believe that having community-run museums bring a sense of ownership and longevity, simply because we know that we have to take on accountability and a responsibility for our own history. We're not relying on some other entity to do that for us. So then we have no other choice. We have an obligation to instill our history into our children,
Yeah.
to instill our culture, instill the stories of our ancestors, the stories of those who just passed on. Taking time and space for the generations to connect and really figure out, how we will move forward. And I always think about it in the sense of, how do I protect the future of history,
Mhm.
and what does that look like?
Right.
And so when I think about that, I really focus a lot on what have we learned from the past and the present in order to maintain and thrive in the future. So by doing that, having a community museum, we're really taking full ownership. No one else we can't blame anyone else but ourselves.
Right.
Really. Well, I guess you could blame me. Hopefully that's not foreshadowing, but we can.
No.
But again, the purpose is that we are the custodians of our own stories.
Yeah.
So I think people also, working in history for a couple of years now, and again, I've done it in the form of like documentaries and podcasts and through exhibitions, and doing collaborations with different companies. But I think people don't realize that we are currently in history right now. We are very saturated with a lot of information, a lot of different social media platforms. And I don't think people realize that when they say like, oh, that story is not important, or, oh, I don't need to be speaking, Creole to you, or, oh, the big drama, or this, well, the youth don't want to learn. I think people need to realize that today we are also documenting the history. It's very kind of surreal in the sense that I too am now a part of
Right. Yeah.
of Karakou history, part of Grenadian history.
Mhm.
And again, the purpose is to make sure that those of the future can look back and see that we did something and we were able to maintain it, and we're able to confidently pass the baton to the next generation.
Yeah, that's so important.
Yeah.
And I think we're on the right track as it is right now, And like I said in the beginning, I'm very excited just talking to you. You seem to be well focused.
Very focused.
Yeah, okay.
I like winning. So I like it. I'm very much the oldest granddaughter, where I'm very much in that sense of, I am very focused, A-type. I like achieving. So I'm here for the win.
Yeah. Based on what you've seen so far of Karakou, and is there anything that impressed you about the island, and anything unique about the island that you seem to be excited about?
Yeah, I think for the most part, the people.
Yeah. Okay.
It's very interesting where I've gone around and I really interacted with different people, and just randomly saying hi, just introduce myself. I'm the new executive director. Oh, okay. And then they're so comfortable, like giving their opinions, which I completely welcome. Them already telling me stories about their own lives, about their father's life, about their great grand uncle's life, and just sharing all the culture, and wants me to try different foods, and then want to introduce me to different people. They said, oh, now you need to meet my niece, and now you need to meet my cousin.
Right, okay.
And so it's really fun to be able to also know that how everyone's so connected. I think I've kind of stumbled upon people a couple times throughout the week, like, oh, you're cousins with this person, and you happen to be sisters with this other person. So it's like very interesting to see how everyone is kind of related and connected.
We connected here. We all connected, right?
Yes.
And small island, and we sometimes use the word and say kakabawi for kakabawi.
A whole new different.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that is very interesting. I'm telling you. And speaking about the preservation of our history, and you say you were here right after burial, were you able to, see the damage done, and anything that was, possible to have been saved,
Yeah. So it was unfortunate when I saw at first the damage. It was a bit overwhelming.
Yeah.
And again, at that point, I was just volunteering. I was just helping where I can, doing like administrative stuff, trying to look for grants.
Yeah.
So coming here was really kind of just a sense of me just being a private citizen, I guess you could say. And then once I got on the board, I really kind of realized the extent of the damage done and the amount of work that is needed. Luckily, again, at least I had a bit of time before I came here. So at least I had at least a couple months to kind of figure out, okay, is this the right decision for me to kind of pack up my apartment in Brooklyn, New York, and come here? But also, I definitely took the time to meet as many people as possible at different libraries, museums, organizations, archivists, associations, etc., and just ask them questions and ask for help.
Yeah.
So I'm very lucky where some people really was very enthusiastic in helping. They was like, I've never even heard of this island before. I'm intrigued.
Yes. Okay.
I'm here. Now I want to see how I can help. Because of course I'm very lucky that some people was like, listen, like I have a disgusting budget in New York City for just film and television. This at least I can do is like give you a couple hours a week of my time to just guide you on how to figure that out. I'm very grateful to have someone in Delaware who said like, listen, let's chat. I could go ahead and see if I could get some conservators to actually try to mend and repair a lot of the artifacts. And let's see if we could get that done.
Right.
I'm very lucky. The Schomburg in Harlem, they were very kind to me, and I spoke to them many times where they were very helpful in like, okay, what type of actual administrative structure I need to build, because I'm quite literally building it from scratch.
Okay.
Building systems.
Yes.
Building everything, pipelines. Have to do like I'm learning all the terms now, like appraisal policies, and I've spoken to different museums on art residencies or acquiring art. I've spoken to artists where they were they're telling me like, oh well, this is, from an artist perspective, this is how I most feel comfortable donating my art or loaning my art, and this is usually the process with a museum of how that's done. A week or two before I came here, I actually did an art residency at a monastery in upstate New York, where we sat silently with, having lunch and dinner with monks. And I was very grateful to meet some really awesome artists and writers and different creatives. And they were so excited that they was like, oh, well, you need a museum interior designer. I need to connect you with that. Or I know somebody who has a charity in Detroit. Let's connect you. Like literally they emailed me as soon as I got here saying like, hey, how's everything going? So I'm like I feel very secure that I will have a community, not only here in Karakou, but outside of Karakou to really help.
Well, it's interesting because you have some connections out there, I realize.
Right.
People you have met, over the
Right.
years, and they are willing to join with you in whatever way they can assist you, and that has been maybe a driving force of for you coming to Karakou as well. Right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So I knew I would have some help.
Yeah, right. It is, and you're living in New York now. Brooklyn, you mentioned.
Yeah.
Brooklyn, yeah. And living in Karakou is like night and day, right? I mean, you're talking about the environment, and the people,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like it though. It's quaint. I think it's adorable. I like the idea that I could go outside and see grass.
I know.
I could.
I know.
I can't get something in the bodega at 4 a.m. But I don't need to be out at 4 a.m. anyway. So it's just nice to be here and really kind of just be at a slower pace, to be honest.
Yeah, but you create your pace here.
Yeah.
That's the beauty about it, so you don't have to get into the hustle, the bustle, like back in Brooklyn and things like that.
Yeah.
So you create your own,
option.
So make it more comfortable.
Yeah.
So you can do whatever you want to do when you want to do it too.
Yeah. I really appreciate that.
And just that thought is part of our history. So, when we describing ourselves, we don't describe ourselves as hustlers and busy, always busy. No, in this space, we relax and learn about ourselves and engage with other people and so on. That is part of our history as well, and we should always tell it, and don't see our history just in tangible things, but in the way in which we connect and commune with each other is also part of our history.
And this is something we should cherish, right? And
Thank you.
we appreciate that. We love it here. As a matter of fact, I always say Caracal is the last paradise on earth. You might agree with me on that.
Yes. My friends are very jealous.
They'll come to look for you, but I know
They already
with the
planning.
connection, yeah. But you'll be able to, because of your experience and the connection that you have, you'll be able to maybe get some assistance out there, to
Oh,
make
yeah.
make your work a little bit easier here.
I have my friends ready to think like, hey,
Uh-huh.
how, like, tell me when I can show up.
Yes.
And then I'll come and, I'll come in as a journalist to go ahead and do something, or I'll come in as a lawyer to help and do something, or I'll come in, I'm very, very grateful to the friends I have who they really kind of just like, wait, so I could go ahead and spend 2 weeks in an island.
Yeah.
And all I have to do is help you out with the museum.
Mhm.
Absolutely. This is why I was saying, like, okay, I need to make sure I have enough space to be able to provide and welcome people,
Yeah,
to be
right.
able to like, hey, I need your skills for a couple weeks. Can you like come in and help me out? And they're more than willing. So I'm very excited and very grateful to be able to have people who really are rooting for me
Right.
and rooting for this island and rooting for the museum to be rebuilt.
Mhm.
And they've already kind of like, I've spoken to different artists, even kayak artists, where they're like, just let me know I'm ready to, when you're ready to open,
Yes.
I have no problem having my artwork in that museum.
Great.
So I'm like so grateful to my friends.
Mhm. You spoke about grants, though. Was it difficult, getting grants, for this project? I know sometimes.
For me, no.
Yeah.
I've only applied for a couple grants based off of need at the time. I think now that I'm here, I can actually do an assessment that really can give me an idea of the type of grants I need to aim for, and also the type of people I need to connect with in order to make sure that we get proper investment for the museum. The grants I receive, again, it just happened to be me using my network,
Okay.
emailing people, texting people, calling people, say, hey, I need help with something. Can you do me a favor? And next, hey, I got your email address from so-and-so who's in California, but I'm in Switzerland. But now I'm going to connect you with somebody in Denmark,
Yeah,
and
okay.
they have the money.
Yeah.
And I'm so serious. Like, then they have the money to actually give you. So somehow
Yes.
with,
yes.
through this kind of network I was doing, the CER in Amsterdam, they said, yeah, someone sent us an email from you. Are you Magella? I'm like, yeah, I'm Magella. Okay, yeah, they said to give you some money. Can you apply for the grant? I'm like, yeah.
Okay. Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's basically what it was.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and even the other grant I received, it was more like I worked in the tech industry for over a decade. And again, it's really just finding out from people like, hey, I need help with something. Can you just spread the word that I need help with something?
Mhm.
And then someone said, hey, there's this grant that's available.
Okay.
Apply for it. And so that's what I did. I think a lot of it is just one, being I guess a nice person.
Yeah. That's
Luckily.
You have the right
And
connections, yeah.
so people were like, well, you've helped me out when, back in the day, so I want to help you out. Or I just think, I'm rooting for you, so I just want to do everything I can to help. So I'm really, like I said before, I feel very blessed.
Mhm. But I'm very happy to know that we have someone like you on our island right now, who is interested in moving us in the next way forward,
Yeah.
next step forward, especially when it comes to preserving our history,
I'm
artifacts, and all the
excited.
things like that. We need that. We need that bad, because I always say, we don't have these things, we are nobody.
Yeah.
That tells who we are as a person,
Yeah.
as a people. And
And-
so
yeah.
it's important, yeah.
And I think I think I'm here, even though when I first arrived here, I thought, okay, my goal is to rebuild this museum. But as I kind of sat and met with different people, I realized that my role here is bigger than just being executive director and curator.
Yeah.
It really is trying to be kind of a beacon or a ambassador of growth, in a sense of bringing some type of enlightenment.
Yeah.
And what I mean by that is, I think art brings people together, but it also lifts people's spirits and their souls. And to be able to have this space to create, be able to have the opportunity to just look at beauty, I think is something that I really want to bring to the island. So everything from public art programs, hopefully, and I'm gonna say this on it, Sir Jacob, possibly bringing community artists to bring artwork into the new airport that's being renovated. Seeing kind of a lot of the buildings on Main Street that is not being utilized,
Yeah.
that can possibly be used for either programming or be rebuilt for like institutions or schools or something where we could teach music classes. I know a lot of the kids, they finish school at 2 p.m. So it'd be great if they had something to do between 2 and 5. Sorry, kids, I'm giving you guys more stuff to do.
Okay.
But I mean, it's about being productive, right? And so, like, yes, let's have opportunities where they can learn how to play drum. The big drum is such a significant part of the island here. There should be already kind of as soon as 2 o'clock hit, these kids know they have to show up to a specific place to learn big drum and learn that culture and learn it through dancing, through the actual drumming itself.
Right, yeah.
You know, it's creating space where they are, and I guess I'm going based off of my own youth. I'm very grateful. My parents were creative people when they're in the US. I had the opportunity where I spent a lot of my time at the Artist Collective and doing after school programs and summer programs. So I feel like I never had time to be idle. So I had no time to get in trouble.
Okay.
I think my mother made that she was very strategic that way.
Mhm.
So I think it's just having something like that here where you know they have something to do. They say, I'm going to learn chess, or I'm going to go ahead and learn how to paint with, you know, Mr. So-and-so, or I'm going to go ahead and I have to take my violin lessons now or something. So it's trying to bring enough here where it's just a lot of activity and there's a lot of opportunities to actually do things here where that you have some type of mental stimulation and growth and skill set that you could actually be able to gain.
Right, yeah. Well, I'm telling you, like I said in the beginning, you know, us bringing back the museum,
Yeah.
you know, is very important to us. And I would definitely, whatever we can assist, you know, in making it possible.
Yes,
Feel
help
free to
me.
get in touch with us. Yeah, oh, definitely. You have another hand here, and I know you have much more coins
Yeah.
ready too as well. And there's many others out there that are listening that would be very happy to participate and make it better. You know, you have a big job though. You realize that's a big.
I know I have a big job, but I'm pretty confident that I could pull off something.
Mhm.
Let's see if I could. I don't know if I could pull off all the things, but I know I could pull off something. So
Yeah.
that's the goal.
Mhm.
Well, I think if you are looking for the assurance, being part of the historical society here in Carriacou, I think you have that commitment. That support is
Okay.
going support is there, and your vision is clear, and you are focused. So I think that don't think whether you will have support. You have support.
Yeah, at least you guys are stuck with me for a while. My barrels already got sent here. So my barrels are here. So you be stuck with me at least a couple years. That's what it's saying. Let's see how a couple years go. And let's see if you kick me off the island.
We don't mind being stuck.
Okay.
But I'm saying, you know,
Yeah, no.
you have already been accepted and welcome.
And speaking about, you know, being a member, you know, I've been a member of the Historical Society for umpteen years. I don't even know how many years. It's been,
Yeah. Well,
I love that.
you seem to be one of those persons who can join in the celebration of 50 years.
Yeah, oh, yeah,
Because
yeah.
you know,
I've been there.
in 1976 is when the
Yeah.
historical society started.
Yeah.
Yeah.
2
And,
years after the independence of Grenada.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
And I remember where it started and what it looked like. You remember? I
Mm.
mean, where it is now is not where it started.
Mm.
It was in a little bit of a 10 by 10 little place across the street from there. You know?
Oh, I love that.
No, it was, you know. And then I remember I used to go there and just look at what is there, and very little because there's no space really, and the support you need from the community. People weren't aware
Right.
that they need to preserve the history and, you know, protect it like that. But
Yeah.
and it grew from there onwards, you know. And look what it's going to look at now. You know, I'm more excited than you are.
Oh, okay. I'm
I am,
good.
because when I saw the building, you know, and
Yeah.
they showed me a little bit of it there, you know, I said, wow, in Carriacou. By Karakuans? For
Rooftop.
Karakuans?
Did you say a rooftop bar?
Yeah. Oh, gosh. Of course. Yeah.
Sometimes we need this kind of space too, you know.
Yeah.
In
Well,
different
of course,
times.
that's
Yeah.
modernized.
And
Yeah.
not making it just for like a show or something of
Right.
you know. It's important.
It's and I
Yeah.
know that the term is like third spaces, right?
Yes,
Because we
right.
have our home, we have our job, or wherever we go during the day. But then to have a third space just to connect with others,
Right.
I think is really, really important. I think that's what really keeps us sane, keep us happy
Yeah.
in some capacity, and just keep us. I would say keep us youthful, right? If we stay connected in some way, have a laugh, have a lime, and really kind of have the opportunities, have a diverse, um, I guess a diverse experience.
Yeah.
So we're not just going to the same places. We have opportunities to try different things, do different things. So that's really one of my goals here is how do we create spaces where there are these different experiences that you have here that is not just for tourists, but it's for the locals. So the locals on a Sunday can say like, hey, I want to go to the art gallery and go to a cafe.
Right.
And so they know that, okay, they can do that. They have the opportunity to do that. I'm not trying to change Karaku. I'm not trying to westernize it. I'm trying to, and especially I've been here for the last couple of weeks, trying to understand the DNA of the social structure, of the overall physical structure, and then think, okay, what will get people to really kind of feel like one that they can really want people to come here, like, oh, you need to check out this restaurant specifically because this is so cool. I want you to be here to see this. Oh, I want to go ahead and sit and stargaze at this little kind of nook thing that they created or something.
Right.
Is trying to create a diversified way of entertaining people. So then we have things to do here and it's for all generations.
Right. Lovely.
Yeah.
I mean, everything I've heard so far is exciting, and I could just listen to you speaking about your intentions and what you intend to do here, the whole project, how it might materialize at the end,
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, it's exciting for Karikou, exciting for us, it's exciting all over, and I'm
Okay.
looking forward.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to you being part of this process,
Thank you.
Spearheading it, and I know you have connections, so I know if there a little bit of a hiccup comes here or there, you should be able to maneuver through it. Yeah.
And I'm just hoping not to go insane. Just
Yeah.
like this. I'm just hoping I could keep it together.
Yes.
And then not overwork myself.
Right.
Because I really feel like I feel, I don't want to say pressure, but I do feel a responsibility to the community.
Right. And let me remind our listeners, I've been speaking with Magella Mark, the executive director, curator of the museum in Karakou now. And we want to welcome you again officially. Welcome to Karakou. This is the official welcome. It starts at
thank you.
Vajradam, okay? And looking forward to working with you. Looking forward to in the future where you'll be able to accomplish the goal, whatever you're planning to achieve. And if we can help in any way, it would be a pleasure.
Yeah.
All the time. Your final words, though, because I don't want to keep you here too long. I told you just a little bit. You want to say something? Go ahead.
Yeah, I want to kind of sow a seed in our life and to let her know, Miss Mac, your best is yet to come. In my devotions this morning, the thought of education came up. And one of the reasons I'm on 13th Square today is if I could work with the folks that we have here on the island in relationship to education, but I am non-partisan. So I love to work with the community back in the diaspora and let the folks know that I am not from this part of the fence or that part, but I am from Karakou. And as I traveled globally, I was told people never know that there was a place in the world called Karakou.
It's such a rich history.
I remember in Nigeria, I was told that they changed my name to Bridge, and I asked him what he meant by that. And he said, you're a connection between Karakou and Nigeria. And I said, well, I do that because I like to do that. And he said, I don't know any person that would leave his family, because I don't say I'm from the US, I'm from Caracol. Nobody's going to leave their family, their children, their blessing, and come to our village and help us. So thank you for being here. Thank you for your service. And you could know who I am, where I am through King the King.
Okay.
And whatever you need to make there is a smile on your face, you can call me at the internet.
Aw,
Lord
thank
bless
you.
Bless you.
See, you're going to get support. I'm telling
Oh,
you.
bless.
All the support that you need.
Thank
So,
you.
yeah, I'm telling you. So all you got to do is just reach out whenever, and everything will be fine.
Yes, if you see me on the road, say hi and tell me how you can help me.
Okay.
Appreciate it dearly.
All right. Okay, your final words I was going to tell you, as we're wrapping up this segment, to the people of Caracol, Yes.
My final words.
Mhm.
Know that at this moment in time that you are in a special place in the timeline of humanity. The hurricane was just one hiccup, but with that, darkness always come to light, and the best is to come. This island has such a rich history, with the indigo wells, with the cotton, with the boat making, with the big drum, with the sriracha cooking, with the Shakespeare mass. This is a very unique place where a lot of people do not know of. But to really be able to have the opportunity to be able to show the world who we are is going to be something that very special. And I'm looking forward to seeing it in the future, because even though many people might not come to Caracol, we have an opportunity to bring Caracol to the world.
Yeah.
And so that's my job here now.
Oh, yeah. And finally, I noticed you said the word Saraka with a smile. Quite?
Yeah.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Saraka. I said, what? Okay.
Yeah, she's already engraved in it.
Okay. Want to take this opportunity again to thank you so much for coming in this morning, Ms. Mark. And like I said to you, our arms are wide open.
Yeah.
Whenever you need us, just get in touch with us,
Bless.
and I will be able to assist, because we all have to work together in order to achieve our goal.
Yes,
And
thank you for
preserve
having
our
me.
history, okay?
Thank you for
And
having me.
enjoy the rest of your day. And like I said,
thanks.
reach out anytime to us.
Aw, bless.
Okay?
Thank you so
All
much.
right, okay.
That's
And
nice.
keep on smiling and stay focused. Okay.
I'm going to try, definitely.
All
Okay.
right. Okay. Bye
Right,
now.
thank you.
Okay. Bye now. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we just been speaking with Miss Magella Mark, Executive Director, Curator of the Caracol Historical Society, and you heard what she outlined as to what would be taking place. Looking forward to your support as well, and hoping that everybody is going to join together and make it a success, so we could preserve our history, all the artifacts and everything that we have lost or whatever. We'll be able to put them back together, and we'll be showcasing to the world. Okay, have a nice day. Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Okay. And to remind your listeners, is 443-0101. The telephone number is 443-0101, 403-0101, and 458-1914. Okay, I just opened up the lines. Vibes FM, caller, you on? Caller, come in. Caller.
Good morning, Kim.
Yes,
and
good morning.
Good morning to the listeners of Vibes 101.3 FM.
Okay.
It's Deanna Isaac, Public Relations Officer, Ministry of Caracol and Titi Martinic Affairs and Local Government.
Yes, okay. Well, I know I've spoken to you a couple of weeks ago, and a lot of things have been taking place inside of Caracol, and you are the PRO, so keep us up to date.
Okay, Kim, I'll start off this morning first by telling you thanks again for giving us this opportunity to highlight to the communities of Caracol and Titi Martinic, and for those listening on the diaspora, what's happening on the Twin Isle Parish. And I'll start off this morning with the Division of Social Development. That division plays a critical role in the well-being of the people of our island. And I would like to inform the public that they continue with their counseling sessions from August 26th to the 28th. Private counseling sessions will be available. For persons who are interested in getting counseling, you can contact the division on 443-6026 to inform them that you would like to have counseling. Also, there is a QR code that is available on the ministry's page that they can scan and they can fill in the form so that they'll be able to get the services of the counselor who normally comes from Grenada. And in terms of the early childhood component of the Division of Social Development, as persons may be aware, we were conducting some repairs on the Christine David Child Development Center. And now that it is almost completed, parents who are interested in having their children get care at the Christine David Child Development Center, the registration process begins on August 24th, and that is for toddlers, and on August 25th, infants, if you have infants and would like for them to attend the Christine David Child Development Center come September, the registration period is on between August 24th to August 26th. And the Division of Social Development is involved in a number of activities on the island. They continue to do the public assistance and the children assistance monthly. They also have a training now taking place for the young men of Carriacou and Pitimatnik every Saturday, which is sponsored by Windward Aid. I know there was a gentleman who has strong Carriacou roots, and he reached out to me, and he was so impressed with that program to know that we're looking out for young men. And I want to tell him thanks so much. I do not know if he would like me to call his name, but he is part of the Bullen family, and we were elated to get a call from him to say he would like to support that program while he was on Carriacou. So that's what's happening in terms of social development, to continue to give the food assistance for persons who may have a bit of trouble. Sometimes they can call into the Division of Social Development if they need food assistance as well. We have that program. We have the burial assistance program as well. But Kim, one of the major things I would like to highlight, and I know persons have been following our ministry page, that they would notice that we have completed the test, the assessment for our night landing facility at our Hubbard Blaze Airport in Lauriston. We have gotten the okay. Things are ready to go for our night landing. We had the inspectors coming all the way from New Zealand, and the company is known as Radiola, and they have given the all clear so that night landing can happen at Carriacou and Pitimatnik. After many, 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 many years of speaking about it, it is now a reality. The work on the airport expansion project continues, so very soon we'll have a nice opening ceremony and blessing. And as you know, the airport is now known as the Hubbard Blaze Airport. We also have almost completed our meteorological office. For the first time, we'll be able to give weather reports from Carriacou. The government of Grenada, through the ministry, invested in the training of 2 young persons from Carriacou and Pitimatnik. So they will be manning that meteorological office, which was built on the site of the Hubbard Blaze Airport as well. In terms of Windward Jetty, that is 95% completed. We know persons have started to use it. They're excited about the completion and what we have been able to achieve in the building community of Windward. That too will be having a nice ceremony to commission it as well. So persons, stay tuned. You'll be made aware as to when that ceremony will be held. We continue with the Build Back Better weekly homes distribution. Up to yesterday, we were able to do 2 handovers in the community of Leicester. In total, we have over 60 homes in construction, and what has already been handed over on Carriacou, and we also have the Build Back Better happening on Pitimatnik, and we also have what we term the social development houses also under construction as well. In the community of Dumfries, we developed a whole new housing scheme there, as it may be termed. We have some Build Back Better being built there, and we are now retrofitting the prefab homes that the government bought, and those will be distributed in short order. Stay tuned, the ministry will inform you as to when that will be done. We're doing the plumbing at present, the electrical for the 20 prefab houses that the government bought last year. So that is now taking place in the Dumfries community. We've heard the cries of the people, especially the teachers at the Hillsborough Secondary School, about that road on 2nd Avenue where the clinic, Hillsborough Secondary School, the Pentecostal Church are located. And we have started work there yesterday, Kim. So we are asking the general public, we know school is opening very soon, to exercise some caution. That road is now under construction. We did the top piece up by Bishop's College last year. So we are now completing the piece between the clinic and Brango Bridge. In Top Hill, we have the widening and construction of a retaining wall just around Brian Charles area. That was a concern for drivers for many, many years. I live in the Mount Pleasant community, so I can tell you, so the ministry saw it fit through the Public Works Division to do some widening of that road and the construction of a retaining wall to make it safer for our drivers that are using that road on the eastern side of the island. So drivers, we ask you again to exercise caution because active construction work is taking place in the Top Hill area. Another major infrastructure project that has commenced as from Monday of this week, Monday, August 24th, is our new bus terminal in the town of Hillsborough. This is a major, major project for the ministry. The original bus terminal area, if you look at it, it was just a simple, small covered area where the buses would drop off persons coming in and out of town. And this project is totally different from what you're seeing now. We know part of it got destroyed during Hurricane Beryl. We have some small vendors utilizing the market ground. But Kim, this new bus terminal facility will change the face of Hillsborough. It will make it it will be modern. We'll have proper seating for our passengers or persons waiting for the bus. There will be restroom access. There will be spaces for our vendors to continue to do their business. So it'll be a more organized, safer hub for commuters. The work is being done by Gary Joseph Construction Company. So that is one of our major infrastructure projects that has just started on the island of Carriacou. In terms of the Division of Youth, the Ministry of Youth launched recently the Empower 4.0 program that is targeting the young men of the Tri-Island state. That program will also be done in Carriacou. So young men, please listen and wait for the notice from the Division of Youth so as to when your component will be started. The Division of Youth as well would like for the public to be aware that they have relocated back to their old office space. That is upstairs Dolly Caton's building on Main Street, Hillsborough. They are no longer located at the multipurpose center, so they are now back in their original space. So if you're looking for them to get any of the programs that they offer, they're upstairs at Dolly Caton's building. And over on Petit Martinique, yes, we have our Build Back Better program ongoing. We have completed the Madame Pierre Main Road, that major project we did over in Petit Martinique, over 2,000 feet of concrete pavement and drains. But for the fishing sector, as you are aware, Petit Martinique is one of our is a main contributor to our economy through fishing. And through the hard work and dedication of our minister, Honorable Tevin Andrews, along with the permanent secretaries, Javan Williams and Linwell Perrott. Mr. Williams is the permanent secretary now in the Ministry of Agriculture, Grenada, and Mr. Perrott is our PS in Carriacou, and other persons like the Chinese ambassador, Ambassador Jerry Ino, who is attached to the Ministry of the Environment, who are able to provide for Petit Martinique for the very first time an electric freezer truck. And that was donated to the Petit Martinique Fishermen Cooperative. So when they have to move ice or even assist the fishermen with some of their catch, they now have an electric freezer van on the island of Petit Martinique. So Kim, this is most of what is happening. Our other divisions are hard at work. We have the Division of Agriculture as per usual. We are thankful for the rains. The officer and Lester has been out all the time plowing, preparing the land for the farmers. So we're happy to see that the rains are coming. If persons need other assistance from the Division of Agriculture, they can feel free to call. We have Mr. Lawrence, who is one of our extension officers. They can reach out to him, Mr. Fleury, and we also have the Belen Nursery where you can get some of your seedlings that so you can till the soil and plant. So Kim, this is what I would like to keep the public informed about. We continue to, in the recovery of Carriacou and Petit-Martinique, we do have other small road projects ongoing. We have road projects in the Grand Bay area. We have in Hermitage, and we also have in Harveyville, that is close to the cemetery. We're doing a couple feet of concrete pavement and drains in that community. So we continue to reach out to the people of Carriacou and Petit-Martinique, and even to those in the diaspora, to continue to give us your support. We ask you for your patience, cooperation, and understanding as we continue to put Carriacou and Petit-Martinique on a solid footing, whether it's through infrastructure, whether it's through sports, because as you know, the Hillsborough playing field is available for persons if they want to host any sporting activities. Work continues on the playing field in Harveyville as well. Dover, we have a tough wicket there. In Mount Pleasant, close to the school ground, we have a top wicket also being constructed there. So students, community persons can have place where they can still recreate on the island of Carriacou and Petit-Martinique.
Let me ask you quickly. You mentioned in the beginning about the night landing, and you said that the inspection has been done. It was a success. So the next step, I would imagine, is for the application to be sent to I forget the name of the
Eastern Caribbean Aviation Authority.
Right, yeah, okay.
Yes.
ECON. And to be approved, and then we're going to start the night landing, hopefully, by the time the airport is ready to be renamed?
Yes. The airport has been officially renamed because you know it's a process, you have to have it gazetted and such.
Right,
so that was already done. So in terms of the making it public, when everything, the expansion of the expansion project is completed and we have the okay from the Eastern Caribbean Civil Aviation Authority, then we will do the opening ceremony.
Okay. Well, that sounds good.
Yes.
That means that people traveling from the UK and the US, coming in late in the evening time in the Point of Linz should be able to come to Carriacou directly, whether it's in evening or night, whatever, right? Once the flights are scheduled.
Yes, that is the hope, and we're hoping that we'll have our airlines fully on board and we can see night landing in reality on Carriacou and Petit-Martinique very, very soon.
Very exciting. And then one thing you mentioned there too, which I saw some celebration taking place in Petit-Martinique, that electric freezer truck. Seeing them, for the first time, something like that was available, make it much more convenient for them to move ice and move the fish, to the center, back and forth.
Yes, and it's a first time for Petit-Martinique because before, those boats that are based in Petit-Martinique, yes, there is a private person who sells ice, but when they need a lot of ice, they had to travel to Windward to get it done. But now they have a fish, the cooperative has a center that was constructed with the help of Susgren and some other NGOs, and the ministry gave them some support. So they have their own ice making machine on Petit-Martinique. So instead of them having to pay private transport, because that's what they used to do, they now have an electric freezer truck. So from the ministry end, we're very happy that we were able to make that available to them. It's through the hard work, as I said before, of Minister Andrews, who really persevered. He was determined to get that truck for Petit-Martinique, and he did what he had to do to get it done with the help of the Chinese ambassador and some other persons and organizations to ensure that came to Petit-Martinique.
And finally, about the Windward jetty that you mentioned, which we said is 95% complete and not much more to be done there. How soon you think that the official opening will take place? Because people are excited to know that, it's available now, for them to use it?
I would not want to give a timeline for the opening because that will have to be done in collaboration with our ministry and the Ministry of Infrastructure, which is headed by Prime Minister Dickon Mitchell, because the funding for that project actually came from the Ministry of Infrastructure.
Okay.
So the timing for that it will be determined by the two ministries, and definitely the public will be informed when that ceremony will take place.
Well,
I know they were waiting for the solar lights. I have not visited because I'm presently off island, so I cannot tell you if they've installed the solar lights. The jetty will be properly lit, and they had to work on putting on the covering for the waiting area for the persons from PT Martinique.
Yeah.
And Carriacou if you're going over to PT Martinique.
Oh, definitely.
So Kim, that jetty project has changed the face of Windward, because if we know what was there before Hurricane Beryl and what we have now, before we had the wooden planks, and I can tell you, I am scared of boats generally. And when we had to go over to PT Martinique, there were many missing planks at times, and you have to skip to ensure that your foot do not get stuck between the wood.
One person mentioned to me one time, they said one time, you have to have like a contour map or something like that, to make sure that you're safe in moving across. So I know
and there were no lights.
And there were no lights, yes.
And there were no lights. So imagine you're coming from PT Martinique at night, especially when they have functions on PT Martinique, and to get off that jetty. But now it will be properly lit, and there'll be a nice little area. The people can rest their feet when they have to wait for the boat to go over to PT Martinique. Mm-hmm. So it's a whole new transformation that's taking place for the Windward Jetty project. Mm-hmm. And we want to say thank you to the contractor, Aaron Combinator, and their team for doing a marvelous job on the Windward Jetty. I know people are excited. Even over the regatta weekend, boats were using it.
Oh, definitely.
I remember speaking to the engineer, and he said there was a yacht here today, and boats keep coming and going, and it is a good feeling to know that the jetty, even though it's not completed, it is being put into use, and people can see the benefit of the new jetty at Windward. Mm-hmm. Great connectivity for the people of PT Martinique and for any person going over to PT Martinique and coming into Carriacou from even the Grenadines.
Yeah. Well, that's good. Yes. Okay, so which means it has its purpose, right? Okay. Well, let me thank you so much.
Yes,
anything else you want to wrap up? Before I take you off, anything else you want to?
Well, I continue to ask for the cooperation, and even if there are persons out there who would like to support any program on Carriacou and PT Martinique, we are still in the rebuilding phase. We still have houses to get done. We still have persons who may have needs like furnishings and so forth. And if you want to partner with the government, the ministry, feel free to reach out to us on 443-6026, or you can call me as the PRO on 457-1308. And I continue to say thank you to everybody who is playing a part in the rebuilding of Carriacou and PT Martinique, because the ministry is not doing this by itself. We have our hardware stores, we have our contractors, even somebody who may just offer a simple word of encouragement. We appreciate that as well, Kim. So we want to say thank you to everybody.
Mm-hmm. And finally, for persons, wanting to get some assistance, what's the process?
They would have to come into the ministry. We have the materials assistance program outside of the Build Back Better project. There's a form that they have to fill. You have to come in with your ID and your estimate from a contractor and the hardware store as well. So they can just come into the ministry and let us know how we can assist them, and we'll see what can be done.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, let our listeners know again, we've just been speaking with Diana Isaac, the PRO in the Ministry of Carriacou and PT Martinique Affairs, giving us an update on what's taking place. And we want to thank you so much, for being part of the program this morning. And hopefully, as we go through the rest of the times, from time to time, we'll be calling on you to give us more information, okay?
Definitely, yeah. Kim, and thank you again for giving me that opportunity to keep the people of Carriacou and PT Martinique informed as to what is happening from the Ministry of Carriacou and PT Martinique and local government end. Okay. And also, I would like to say Hats off to the Carriacou Historical Society. We want to say from the Ministry of Carriacou and Pichimatnik Affairs that we will give you the support as you rebuild the museum, which is a main part of Carriacou and Pichimatnik in terms of the preservation of our culture and heritage.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, thank you so much again for those comments. Okay. Okay. Well, thank you so much for being with us this morning. And as you're still here, just Miss Mark, I just wanted to say you start getting the kudos here, there, and everywhere already. Right? You see that? Yeah. Okay. All right.
Yes, thank you.
All right. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to connecting. Remember, you said, I need all the help I can get.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you so much. Okay. To remind your listeners, okay, 443-0101, 443-0101, 403-0101, and 458-1914. If you wish to make any connection with us, you want to call, you want to be part of the program, you can do so. And you can call me right now. I just open up all the lines so you can be part of the process. Koi, exciting things taking place. A lot of exciting things taking place. Eh?
Yes, well,
Carriacou is up.
That is supposed to be the intention. Is there a slogan said things happening?
Things are happening.
Oh, that's the point.
It's been happening, and more things are going to be happening. Eh?
Yes.
Let me try to go straight to a phone call. Vibes FM. Caller, what's up, caller? Caller, you on? Caller, come in. Caller?
Hello, good morning.
Yes, good morning. Yes, go right ahead. Yes.
How are you doing, brother?
Not too bad at all. And you?
I'm fine. Brother Coyle, how are you doing?
Coyle is okay.
Okay.
Right. And the big man in the station, I ain't get used to his name yet, but I realize there's a second time that I see in the station.
Okay, Pastor Caesar?
He's still there?
Yeah, he's here with us, yes.
All right, a special good morning to you, man.
Good morning, my brother.
I want to say something, Kim. It's not a friendly morning for me. I am kind of upset. I go to speak about that about 9 months ago on your station. Avoid it. What's going to make me speak about it this morning is because when I speak about it on FM this morning, people reach out to me and they tell me, is what you saying is that true? But what I like about you, regardless if you support NDC, your words this morning is strong. If something is wrong, they say it's wrong. It has nothing to do with NDC. Because I'm a born NDC. Me and Grisham is friends since 1974 when we had the uprising in Grenada, which you call Bloody Monday. And you know about it, right, Carl?
Yeah, we know about it, yeah. Uh-huh.
And when he formed, when I went on a tourist boat, Grisham was the one, and Mr. Walter St. John. You must know Walter St. John, big cricket man. This is the one that did the work for me to go on the boat in 79. And Grisham told me, so I owe Grisham loyalty. I just give that info before I'm coming in. Kim, I am facing a problem with my take care of the son of St. George, which is Claudia Joseph. I sent a very strong message for her, telling her this morning, don't really fight the shit and don't push me around, because at times my mood doesn't be good. Every Thursday and every morning I pray whatever little, and plus anytime I get a chance, I talk about Claudia. I'm not a hypocrite towards Claudia. It's 2 sections. I'm going to talk about the first one before I come to Claudette, because the first one is include the police. I buy a radio came from an Indian where Court was, where Foodland is in town. Court was there now is a big Indian store. When I buy the radio from the man, the week after, when I went in hospital, I remember informing you that I'm going in hospital. No, I had come out of hospital when I informed you I was in hospital. When I come out, the radio wasn't working. So I realized the radio had a problem. When I call the man, when I call back the store, because who bring it there and I send the lady back to the store with the radio. The man telling me they had a policy that if something can't fit today, something is no good today, I have to bring it back tomorrow. I said, let me tell you something. How can I bring it back tomorrow and I'm in hospital? The man tells me, look, I said, what happened to y'all Indian men? He said, at least you know where I'm from. I don't know where y'all black people from. You could imagine this man telling you that in Grenada. This man tell me, I say, God will deal with you. He tell me that he just travel with God. In start, let me ready, but right now, leave God home. I go in there already, so I know how them men just think. A man will show you a tree and he will tell you that it's God. You know about that? You know about that? Different, also different things. So me and you have some people that say, I say, you telling me that? I'm only here, but I don't really like all you. I say, what? I call the police. I call the police and tell them when I called for Ms. Miller in social development, I did not get it. I called for her about 3 times. I was wondering if they move or not, but I did not have the system. The police tell me that they're going to send, right, there's this police, they're going to the social service department or something like that. They tell me they will send somebody and they will send a vehicle and let the person take a statement for them. All now I in hope. I try to reach Marquis. I hope. I call them again. I report the matter to them. They study me. If they hear, I have to talk to him. Because if they hear, German 60 law poking somebody come and give my window, they are reaching in 5 seconds. I'm not doing nothing, man. The man telling me he's not giving him money. And the man in the station. Man, I want you to listen to me here because I wanted to ask me if I'm wrong. I called the Attorney General, Claudia Joseph. 11 months now, almost going a year. Claudette is not taking no call from me. I give her the benefit of the doubt. I said she's busy. I even say, well, I wonder if she changed number. Claudette didn't reach out to me. Please contact right now. Oh, Prophet, which is Nicholas Prophet's son, all you know that. Two of them things happen, one after the next. Prophet, 500 US to me by a man who campaign for Claudette. From the car, and I'm calling in yet. I'm ready to call you. Because the next time I talk about Claudette and them, they will hate me for life. I call Claudette, no answer. Call Claudette's office. Secretary tell me she go pass on the message. Claudette every day see in her office and I talk it. I called Claudette for 6 Thursdays. Sorry for all that time came. Claudette didn't answer the phone and didn't take the call from me. 1 or 2 times she sent some pampers to me. About a dozen pampers, non-cancer. But anyhow, the paper name to still make an effort. That has nothing to do with NBC. If somebody's screwing up, we must open up. They're screwing up. Not to say you don't know someone. What are you doing with that for, Claudette? What are you doing with that for? Am I deserve that? Or can I people calling me and telling me to go on and they started reading the age now? People I quote under 12. All them kind of things. They could vote the last time. Couple of them could vote now. And you not answer me. Claudette, don't play them game with me. Don't play them game with me. I respect you. And I will not be ungrateful to you. I call Peter David. Peter David's phone. Not answer any phone. Claudette, no answer any phone. I don't know if it's Verizon and wireless from New York. Had to send a phone for them in order to get too. Peter is an attorney. Claudette is an attorney. What is most amazing now, that I understand that it's ritual, but he don't work with Claudette no more. You know that a while. He has never had Claudette. I don't know the reason. He would Peter as well Peter attention. As I said, Peter not paying attention. Peter and Claudette become the kind of Peter from Ashbar Avenue. Claudette from down in Fatin. It's easier for Peter to take a mango and pelt it down from his cabin, hide in his cabin and his Claudette in here. That is one of the transfers to put or anything. Put the clothes together. None of them is kill. I go to speak about it not only on your station. Claudette not calling me as a phone general when I call Mr. Buffett. Mr. Buffett, not as a lie. Mr. Buffett called me last week. He said, get your money up. As soon as he said, boy, you know, I will take over this institution. And so when I call it Claudette, and he's supposed to call it in there, but I didn't think about that. He only tricked me. So you mean Claude not and saying a man like you say I doesn't the brother listening? You all can talk about Claude on six station. How come you can't find out about it? Kids. I am talking about it because I'm upset.
Okay.
If I'm wrong, when I call,
Okay.
and the brother tell me if I'm wrong.
What?
Blessings to NBC.
Okay.
Blessings to all candidates of NBC. And you know who's my MP?
Claude Joseph.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Jay. Yeah. 443-0101, 443-0101, 403-0101, and 458-1914. Again, 458-1914. If you want to join the conversation this morning, feel free to do so. I'll be very happy to entertain you. Koi. Okay, now there's a lot of things happening around there. And one of the things that I want to speak about a little bit this morning, it pertains to GPG. You realize
GPG.
Yeah, GPG. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they're
the ones who have our gas hostage.
Well, that's the way you're going to put it. That's okay. They're the ones that have our gas hostage. Okay. I like that. Okay. But what has been happening has been a long time ever since that the government was trying to see if they could communicate with, GPG and to come to some sort of a conclusions. And I happened to listen to our Prime Minister, and he was speaking about what transpired, because you know that the contract was suspended, right? I mean, it was terminated rather.
Yes.
Yeah, it was terminated, and some people are trying to find out why and what happened, and all the nicks and greets and whatever,
Yeah. It's a contract, right?
Right.
And the contract, there are terms and conditions.
Yes, right. Yeah.
So you go by the terms and conditions. What you have, what guides you,
right,
in the whole process. And of course, no doubt, there would have been provision made that if one person fault, these actions can be taken and so on. So I'm saying it's a contract, and we are now, and it's interesting that he came out and addressed the nation, and said,
because he's obligated to do so, of course, because we have to know what's happening. I mean, we put him there to represent us and to in our interests. So whatever is taking place, they need to come back to the people and let them know what's going on.
Did we know what happened before in terms of our interest?
We didn't know what was happening before in our interests, but we happen to know now what has taken place,
Yeah.
And now that the stuff is out there, and he came on and he gave quite a good explanation as to what was taking place. Listen to what he had to say.
Good morning to members of the media who are present and who may be online. And good morning to the citizens of Grenada. Thank you for being here this morning and for joining me at this special press conference. Before I begin, I wish to recognize two of my colleagues who are with me this morning. I recognize the Honorable Attorney General, Claude Joseph, and Victor Nazim Book, the head of Grenada's Technical Working Group that is specifically charged with matters relating to Grenada's oil and gas. Citizens, I speak with you today on a matter of national importance. One that concerns our natural resources, our patrimony, and the duty of your government to act at all times in the best interests of the citizens of Grenada. It is a matter that every citizen of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique deserves to understand fully and in plain terms. And so today, I am speaking plainly with you. When you elected this government, you voted for change, for transformation that can be felt, and for a country built on fairness, transparency, and accountability. What I say next is about honoring that mandate. The promise and the reality of our oil and gas. In 2008, our nation granted a company known as Global Petroleum Group, or GPG, a license over 11 offshore blocks to explore our waters for oil and gas. and that is often called the exploration license. 5 years later, in 2013, GPG was also granted a development license and signed a production sharing agreement, what hereafter I will refer to as the development license and production sharing agreement, over 4 of those 11 blocks. The development license and production sharing agreement provided the legal permission and the guidelines to actually bring that oil and gas out of our waters and to share the proceeds with our nation. Grenadians were told that beneath our waters lay the foundation of a new and prosperous era, that oil and gas would bring jobs, revenue, and a better life for our families. Citizens, that was 18 years ago. And so we now must ask ourselves, where is the oil and gas production? Where are the jobs? And where is the revenue that was promised to our people? The simple answer is that 18 years later, there is no production, there are no jobs, and there are no revenue to the state of Grenada. And so, what is the reality? When this government assumed office in 2022, we knew that there were concerns about this arrangement with GPG. In fact, independent legal and industry experts had cautioned as far back as 2007 and in 2012 that these arrangements were likely to be unsuccessful, but the cautions were in fact unheeded. So we did what every responsible government would do. We sought the records, we sought the development plans, we examined carefully, thoughtfully, and deliberately whether GPG had lived up to its obligations. What we found was deeply troubling, and in prior public statements, I made reference to this. We inherited minimal records and no proper handover of Grenada's files or obligations on this matter. Upon closer examination, we found a company that had failed in several material respects to meet its obligations to our country. GPG did not complete the minimum work it committed to do. GPG did not produce a development plan that met the standard of the agreement or the standard that the international oil and gas industry expects. And importantly, GPG could not show that it had the funds or the money in hand to carry out the work it kept promising to do. Now, GPG has spoken publicly about the scale of its investment in this project, while by its own accounting, continuing to seek outside partners to help fund it. But under the terms it signed with the government of Grenada, GPG was required to report its expenditure to the government every month. It never did so. Without those reports, this government is not in a position to confirm any figure that GPG has put forward, and we will not repeat numbers that we cannot ourselves verify. A company that will not account for what it says it has spent certainly cannot be trusted that it will spend what it proposes to spend. Many will ask, why are we taking the decisions we are taking now? And I will answer this directly. We chose not to act in haste. In 2022, the government established a technical working group made up of capable Grenadians, led by the former Minister for Finance, Mr. Victor Nzimbuk. The technical working group had a clear mandate to assess the oil and gas potential of our waters and to see that any development coming out of our oil and gas industry benefits the citizens and the people of Grenada. Since 2023, that technical working group has engaged directly with GPG. We requested the updated development plans and the technical documentation necessary to assess whether this project could ever deliver for our country. We extended every reasonable opportunity. Grenada notified GPG both formally of every breach of the agreement we found. We gave them the opportunity to respond in writing and in person. GPG has failed to remedy those breaches. And so, citizens of Grenada, the decision that this government has taken after 18 years without any production, without any accountability, and without any results is to bring this arrangement to an end. I will be precise as to what this means. First, on the 29th of April, 2026, the government terminated a related 2026 Memorandum of Understanding that had reserved 7 further offshore blocks for GPG. Those 7 blocks which were reserved on the condition that GPG will perform and bring production under the first arrangement. Of course, that condition has never been met. I am notifying the public that effective 1st August 2026, the government has terminated the development license and the production sharing agreement itself with GPG. I want to make this clear. This government takes no satisfaction in doing this. It is a difficult decision, but it is a necessary one. And it is not one that we've made suddenly. As I've said, we have painstakingly gone over this matter over the last several years. Grenada waited, Grenada engaged, Grenada reviewed, and Grenada is now acting responsibly. We do not take this decision lightly, but leadership is not the avoidance of difficult choices. It is the willingness to make them. My duty as the Prime Minister of this country and the duty of your government is to act at all times in the best interests of the people of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique, and not to any agreement signed almost 2 decades ago that has failed our nation. I understand that there may be others who will seek to misrepresent what this decision means. Some may even suggest that by terminating it, Grenada is unwelcoming to investment. The opposite is true. We are a nation that believes in the sanctity of contracts and in honoring our word. But those who partner with us must also honor their word. The principle is a mutual one. And therefore, it carries a duty to act firmly and lawfully when a company or a partner fails to honor what it signed and stands in the way of this country's development. That is what our technical working group exists to do, to protect Grenada's interests and, importantly, to build the environment that credible investors are looking for. So we are not closing the door to investment. To the contrary, we are insisting that investment be built on transparency, on accountability, and on the genuine benefit to our people. So we are, in fact, opening the door to credible investors. Now, in response to our action, we are sure that you may hear other accounts, including from those with much to gain from promoting other accounts. GPG has already publicly claimed that it has had no communication with this government. That is simply false. And the record which the technical working group will publish will demonstrate the falsity of that statement. I ask that all of us weigh every account against the record. And the record is plain, straightforward, and simple. After 18 years, no production, no accountability, no jobs, no revenue for the government and people of Grenada. Those facts speak for themselves. So, citizens, this is a moment for unity, and I call on all Grenadians, including the opposition parties in Parliament, wherever they may stand politically, to come together on this issue as we move our economy and our country forward. Given the importance of this matter, I will, through the offices of the presiding officers, the Speaker of the House, and the President of the Senate, and through the Clerk of Parliament, request a special joint briefing for the entire Parliament so that the technical working group can brief the full Parliament on its work to date, the actions it has recommended to the Cabinet of Grenada, and our proposed work plan, including next steps and budgetary implications for the country. I'm mindful that it was a previous administration that entered into this arrangement 18 years ago. But I do not believe that any Grenadian on either side of the political aisle could stand in support of a company that has refused for 18 years to be accountable to the Grenadian people. And therefore, on this issue, I expect that we will stand as one. As we look forward, we cannot undo the past, but we certainly can refuse to repeat it. This decision is about closing a chapter of unfulfilled promises and beginning one founded on transparency, accountability, and respect for the people of this nation. Our natural resources are the patrimony of every Grenadian, of our children, and of generations not yet born. Those resources must be managed openly, honestly, and for the benefit of our people. And so it is only by coming together across our tri-island state that we will protect what is ours and build a future that we have chosen. So the wait is over. The work now begins. That is the task before us. Grenada deserves better. We deserve better partners, better agreements, better relationships, and importantly, actual results. 18 years is what it takes for the law in Grenada to recognize a citizen as an adult. That's an entire generation. 18 years is long enough. Today, that chapter ends and Grenada moves forward. I wish to publicly thank the Honorable Attorney General and the team at the Ministry of Legal Affairs for the work that they've done on this matter, and to thank the members of the Technical Working Group and the experts who assist the Technical Working Group led by Mr. Nazim Burke for the work that they've done on this matter to date. Thank you. I am happy to take your questions. My only request is that you direct all of your questions to me, and when I'm finished, if you have any questions for the Honorable Attorney General, she will then take your questions, and if you have any questions to Mr. Burke on this matter, then he would take the questions.
There you have it. You listen to that, eh? He took his time and explained to the nation what transpired, what's been going on for the longest while, and why this decision had to be made in the interests of Grenada. And we should applaud that. We should be thankful that we have a prime minister who is so transparent as to lay the cards on the table so we don't have to doubt what happened or where we're going or what transpired. It's there. It's told to us. Right?
Sure. I mean, and if you have quick questions, we can still get answers.
Yeah.
Even after explaining all of that and taking us through that process, if we still have questions, we can always get it from them, because he promised to answer our questions and concerns.
But imagine 18 years. 18 years of no productivity. I mean, how long could you wait? And they are trying to communicate with them over the past couple of years, and they have not responded on the platforms, the emails, or whatever means that they were using, and no response. That doesn't make any sense. I mean, something, as the old people would say, something in the matter beside the vessel. What transpired? What was taking place? What went on? Why have they not been coming forth with information when asked to do so? It's amazing. I agree with the Prime Minister 100%. I think they take too long to do that too. But he said the 18 years. As a matter of fact, this agreement was done back in the previous administration.
Yeah.
That was done. Since then, 18 years later, and the MOU, the Memorandum of Understanding, that in April of 29th of April 2026, that was scrapped as well too, because they are not performing. And I I'm surprised, Why are we not hearing anything from the opposition? You have any idea why?
Why?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Kim, the idea is that they're the ones who enter into this arrangement. So what would they come and say? They'll now try and get them to respond and to do the work.
But they terminated the contract.
Yeah, what I'm saying, I mean, what could they say? Are they going to pick up the slack and get it done?
Well, maybe there might have been information or communication between them, in the past, whatever that was maybe valuable, that needs to be brought to the front to say, well, they have been working, or these are the results, or something of the nature. I mean, but we're not hearing nothing from the opposition. Nothing.
And I guess they don't have anything to say.
You mean on a deal like this? I mean, with the country, I mean,
Well, yes, I in fact, I've been here, I mean, listening to the Prime Minister speaks there. He says, depending on whatever side of the aisle that you're from, let's come together, because this is about Grenada.
Yes.
This is not a partisan issue per se. It's Grenada's resources. So I would like to think that they will accept that approach. Let's come together and try to understand what really happened, because at the end of the day, it is about Grenada and its future. As a matter of fact, he even gave the assurance that he's going to seek to have a joint sitting of Parliament, so that the technical team can come and explain further, and I guess will probably answer questions. So it seems to me that he's making it quite clear that, listen, this thing, we can't throw it under the carpet, one, because it keeps our development backward, because this thing was intended to lift our country.
Yeah.
And so I would like to hear what the working group would say, because they have been studying this thing quite a long time, and they should have some more. So I would like to see a coming together, as the Prime Minister called. Yeah, no matter what side of the aisle that you are at present, listen, let's come together for the sake of the country.
Let me try to take a call. Vibes FM, landline caller coming.
Yeah, morning. How are you?
Okay, all right then.
Tell Mr. Caesar say hello. Don't mention my name on the radio.
Okay. All right.
You know who it is.
Of course I know.
Yeah.
All right, tell him that.
Yeah.
Mr. Caesar, a little hello coming for you.
A big one too.
Oh, a big one. Okay. All right. Okay. But going back to the discussion there, it's amazing that we are not hearing from them. And if you remember now, there was a $19 million that they're trying to trace. You remember in discussion too, that there's a $19 million that they're trying to trace, and they don't seem to be getting any information on that. I would think that the opposition, who were in government at the time, would come forward and give them some assistance. Where the money went, where it is. I don't know. Before you make any comments, let me take this call. Vibes FM. WhatsApp caller coming.
Hello.
Yeah, hello, yes.
Good morning.
Yes, good morning.
I'm calling from the diaspora.
Yeah.
I've been listening to that program all the time. Something I don't understand, since the opposition came to New York and have the town hall meeting, I haven't heard about them again. What happened to them?
I don't know, but they've been very quiet. They've been very quiet.
And as the Prime Minister was talking about the oil and gas and the social reply, if you check back, it's the same problem that the opposition did when they had us to reply to the fishery, and they never did it.
Right, yeah. Oh, yes. Yeah, you're right about that, yes. Uh-huh.
You understand?
Right.
Monk you have to do it, and they never replied to it.
Yes.
So that is, it's like, they're constantly that they go in the thing, and after they're not replying back, and then they want to blame the NDC. But I'm so glad that the election, one of them might be wrong, because all of them will be out.
Yeah.
So,
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that is my
Okay, thank you so much.
Very good observation there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They don't seem to respond. They don't seem to. And this is why we ran into the problem with the fishing.
Yeah.
And this government now had to go and put things in place.
Last minute.
At the last minute because of the neglect of them, not doing what they had to do. But with this GPG, the story doesn't end right here, because I'm expecting that we're going to get some reaction from GPG.
Well, we should. I mean, that's common sense here. They should respond. Are our local authorities lying? Are they representing the truth? They have to respond. I mean, Prime Minister let it out. He spoke. He explained. I think we all understood that. But we need a response from them. We can't get it from the opposition in Parliament. Yeah. So they have to at some stage come forward and say, listen, let's work this thing together.
I doubt whether they might do that because our Prime Minister, who is a lawyer as well too, he's very versed in taking actions, and he said it was something that they looked in carefully,
deliberately
before the decision is made.
Yeah, of course.
So they're not just going to just terminate a contract just like that, and don't expect a reaction. But GPG would, I believe, not going to be not being able to respond might be a problem for them, because I don't think they're going to have any grounds or anything of the nature to really to stand on. So sometimes it might be easier for them to just keep quiet too, just like the opposition is keeping quiet about the whole deal. Because
so obviously it is something that has been identified as a problem. So we have to solve it.
Right.
That is clear. It has to be solved. After 18 years, this has to be solved. So go on for the next 10 years again? No, I'm saying the onus is on all of us, opposition, government, everybody. This matter has to be solved because we can see how it can affect and is affecting our state.
Yeah, because we have those deposits, that might be there, and the country could benefit from that tremendously. But you come and sign a contract, whatever, and sitting down on it is not in the interest of the country. And they've been trying to, according to what he's saying there, to maybe give some of the wells, give permission or something like that to others, to do some kind of work according to the investigation, if I heard that correctly. So, which means that they personally have no real interest in doing the work.
I wish they would.
Well, but I think something is going to be done now, though, because this government now is going all the way out to make sure that they explore, whatever we have there, and if it's going to benefit the country. So be it. Vibes FM, what's up, caller, come in.
Hey.
Yes, hello.
Well, it's
hello?
Yeah, what do you do?
Okay, alrighty.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you answered it this time because it's weeks and months.
Yeah, caller, you kind of drop in a little bit. Try to, up and down. Yes, go ahead. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm hearing you. Yes, go ahead. Yes.
Oh, yeah. Oh. All right. Well, I didn't examine. I would not want to put as usual.
Okay.
Good to have you around. Let me just ask is still on?
Say it again, please. Sorry.
I want to know if stupid season still on.
Oh yeah, man. This is gonna be a long stupid season.
A long stupid season.
Yeah, boy. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So I want to say, all those who come, whoever comes for that for stupid season is very, very, very. Bye bye.
Okay, thank you so much. There. Telephone numbers to join the conversation: 403-0101, 0101 443 0101. Again, 443 0101. And you can also call 458 1914. 458 1914. The lines are open right now if you want to join the conversation, okay? You feel free to do so. But getting back to the topic of what we're just talking about there, with the oil and gas reserves, I believe that there are deposits there that is going to be valuable if they export, and Grenada should be able to benefit from the reserves or from whatever is down below there that we see in some sort of form. The reports are coming out like that.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, we all of us would hope. I would hope that we, have enough interest so that we can demand the things that ought to happen. Because it's been guided by a contract. It's not just a word of mouthing and say, okay, I'll give you that and you'll give me that. Contractual arrangements determine the process. And, 18 years you have had to produce something. We have determined that we have 11 wells there, and from the 11, four of those wells were given, the ability to
explore. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So what do we want again? How long do you think we should wait for? The next 2 years, the next 5 years? When? And I think it's clear. The Prime Minister has made it clear that this is limiting our production level and our ability to produce. Things have to happen, and things will continue to happen once we have those things there sorted out. So I'm saying it's something that we have to take seriously, and don't just feel that, well, based on your name, you could do anything that you want without fulfilling the contractual arrangement. I mean,
that doesn't work like that.
Yeah.
Never did, never will. Someone is just saying to me now that one of the reasons why they may not respond is because I'm talking about the response of the opposition now. Is because of the $19 million that was talked about there. They don't want to get involved because what? Because they might get in trouble for speaking.
In trouble with who?
Well, I don't know. Let's say we're going to.
Well, no, I know. I mean, we just written here, but of course, if you say that there's a possibility of we will get in trouble. Get in trouble with who? GPG will vex. The country will vex because you speak what? I mean, again, we need some clarity here in a case of that response. But however, I think what is clear, we all have to get some answers. We all need to get some answers. It's about over time. It's about time that we understand what is happening to our patrimony and our heritage and our resources. I mean, it's no matter it's not favor that we're asking.
But sometimes they want to make you believe that that's the case, eh?
Yeah.
And because once they get out of there, that's it. They're not obligated anymore. Vibes FM. What's up, caller coming? What's up, caller? Yeah, go ahead.
Good day.
Yes, good day. Yes.
Good day.
Right. This GPG. I getting some noise, huh? Yeah. This GPG. Can you remember when it first resurrect or reason? There was confusion. People were searching for GPG on the internet and they couldn't find it.
Right.
And it was seen by some people as a group that was formed immediately at that time with, what was the guy named? Gainsbourg? Something like that?
Yeah. Yeah.
Or PM at the time, or whosoever. And it was long in waiting to see where this company from, who are the people, who are the executive and those things. They could not find an address. So I don't really understand how that agreement signed if that company was not founded before the same time when the issue came up. And I thought that should have been negotiated, should have been or what was investigated,
Right.
or even our lawyers in Grenada. You see, our problem with what we call our legal minds. If everything, we have to pay them to come and say something. I mean, this is something about Grenada. What you know, you can't just come and feed us with it. A lot of them searched the internet, and couldn't find GPG.
Yeah.
But it seemed like we had to pay them to come and tell us. So it was not them and Grenada interest at heart. But I was praying that they never lay hold on our oil because some people will get rich while we remain poor. And I'm happy that our Prime Minister, who is very thoughtful before making decision, will explore all cons before he make a decision.
Yeah.
I'm glad that happened as though it happened now. Now, the opposition cannot come and speak because who is the boss? If the boss is a part of the confusion, you think the opposition leader could just come out and speak? No. They take up the fishery problem, which they created, okay? Which they created, and didn't expect the current administration to have it solved. And they jump up with it.
Yeah.
Now, this is one now that started under them also. They can't open their mouth because of who in charge. As long as you can tell them, they can't say nothing. And I have a question to ask him because Dr. Mitchell is still the representative for St. George Northwest.
Right.
How active is Dr. Mitchell in the parliament on behalf of the people of St. George Northwest? And is he receiving the $10,000 just for having the title St. George Northwest representative? I don't think that should be. In my opinion, after spending all these years, 40 to 41 years in the parliament, okay, he should have, instead of just resigning from the party, come and resign from the parliament, okay?
Yeah.
So let them have a by-election in the constituency for a representative. But he holding on to it, and he's not active. And if he were to come in the parliament, anytime he finish speaking, gone.
Yeah.
Now, how could such a man demand respect from people when he disrespect any whole nation? Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much there. 443-0101, 443-0101, 403-0101, and 458-1914. Feel free to call. The lines are open. Now this caller is making a statement there, saying, the representation in parliament of the opposition. Well, he's not the opposition leader anymore, but he's a member of parliament, for St. George Northwest, and it's been looked at, that almost every sitting is not there. And if he ever come in there, makes a presentation, and he's gone after that, he's not sitting down there to follow up and deal with the interests of the people. And this is something that people are looking at, and they're talking about it, because that's not proper representation, not at all. But he's doing it.
I wonder if the $10,000 wasn't involved, if you might have resigned and allow for. I'm just wondering. Yeah, I ain't saying he should. I ain't saying he shouldn't. I'm just wondering if the absence of the $10,000, if that would have made a difference in terms of him resigning and give the people opportunity to choose somebody else going forward.
Vibes FM, landline caller, come in.
Just asking.
Landline caller.
Good day, gentlemen.
Yes, good day. Yes.
Good day.
Okay, so as it relates to the first, let me thank you all for the program you all had last week. That was on going back down memory lane, and amount of people who called and made their contributions.
Yeah.
I really listened with glee.
Okay.
I could remember my parents speaking of things like that,
Yeah.
and some of it I experienced myself. So ever so often, I think it is needed to help to bring balance.
Yeah.
To remind us of our past. I say balance because seniors are needed, and we cannot overstate how much you all are needed for any society to maintain balance and respect as we know it. you know.
Okay.
So we may not really pay attention to it as much because we get so busy with our everyday life. But it's very important to keep bringing these things up.
Yeah.
Right. You may not know there might be someone in a home who are suffering with memories, you know, Alzheimer's, you know, all them kind of things. And maybe if the radio is on, just hearing something from long-term memory.
Yeah.
Could kind of help them to click at that moment, have a conversation, you know?
Definitely. Yeah.
Yes.
You're right about that, yeah.
Yes. So as it relates to GPG, the previous caller, what he said, I could remember people were looking for that company online and couldn't find it. So from inception, they left a lot to be desired. And people were asking, and that's not just a statement, it's genuine. People were asking, how legitimate is this? Is it that company was founded with ministers of the last administration? You know, did they have shares in it? Why is it so shady? And I call not to speak to make them look a certain way, but to make us hear what they say and judge them based on what they said about themselves in terms of character. Do you recall some men were, I don't know if they were invited or what, but during the current term of the NDC 2008 to 2013, let's say 12, because you know Parliament was prorogued, right?
Yeah.
These gentlemen came in with their slippers and short pants in Parliament, and people were wondering, what kind of disrespect is this?
Yeah.
And also, they were making allegations about Nazim Burke as Minister of Finance during the Revolution time, having an account somewhere in Canada or someplace, having the corrupt money, country's money in the bank. So they were trying to make him look as this shady, corrupt, no good character, and trying to pressure him into making a deal with them. And people of the now opposition were making statements, trying to force him into making agreements with them. We can infer that he did not. I think when he is finished making that presentation to Parliament, you all should invite him to have him give us context from where this GPG began, what they said about themselves, how they have behaved towards us as a nation, how disrespectful they have been up to this time, because we elected a government, or the government was formed democratically, but they don't want to speak to who the government is. What word do we use? The person that they authorized to speak to GPG doesn't want to speak to them.
Yeah.
So they want to call the shots.
Yeah.
From our patrimony. So first they're trying to pressure us to get into an agreement with you by trying blackmail. It says that you're not a reputable body, you're not a reputable organization that we should respect. All I see from them is disrespect. And perhaps it has a lot to do with how they were treated from the head before. So they believe they could disrespect everybody because we cannot be bought. According to Nazim Burke, or the Prime Minister, remember what they said first in their presentation? That we have $350 million to spend, but we don't know who to talk to.
Yeah.
What does that suggest? That we mouth on the ground or something?
Yeah. Yeah.
So, I'm just calling, food for thought, because they've always left a lot to be desired. And those things, while it may not constitute the contract in itself, we can see based on what they have suggested, that they're not people to be trusted, people of good character. And what we need is integrity, as our Prime Minister represents.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for the contribution. 443-0101, 403-0101. Somebody's making a comment here that says, with the termination of the GPG contract and the silence of the NNP on the matter, don't be surprised if the opposition is not in consultation with GPG. Very possible. You never know. Vibes FM, Lanai caller comment. And WhatsApp caller comment, sorry. WhatsApp caller, hello. Caller? Let me take this call again. Caller, comment. Caller, you on? WhatsApp caller?
Yes.
Hello. Yeah.
Did you heard anything about at Coruscant is not a 5 or 6 million? Who are the individual that got 5 or 6 million? Is a name circulating with that individual that of a company? He had paid them a $5 million. I don't know for what arrangement he had with them. And the same opposition had vexed with him because he didn't pay no money with them. Or with the head of the function.
I'm not aware of that. I'm not aware of what you're saying there.
I will talk to you about that off the air next time me and you talk.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Right?
Okay,
thank you. I'll talk to you off the air.
Okay, bye.
All right.
Okay. 443-0101 again. 443-0101, 403-0101, and 458-1914. 458-1914. You want to call, you want to join the conversation, feel free to do so. Now, there's going to be a lot of talk going around, and I expect maybe somewhere along the line when pressure starts rising, when that you're going to be hearing something from the opposition very, very soon. You never know. You never know. But in the meantime, let me take another call. Vibes FM, WhatsApp caller coming. Landline caller, hold on. WhatsApp caller, hello.
Hey, good day, Kim. How are you all doing?
All right, not bad at all.
Okay, I just want to make a quick contribution here on that GPG fiasco.
Yeah.
Now, you remember there was one time that there was a clarion call as to what was happening with GPG, and the said government, the NMP, could not have provided we, the Grenadian people, with a lot of information.
Yeah.
And anytime the New National Party in power and you call for information, you can't get it, is because there is something not being done legally, just like Cap Bank.
Yeah.
If you look at GPG, you could phrase GPG and Cap Bank in the same vault. Because remember, Cap Bank didn't get licensed, and a certain former Governor General office, law office, used to do all the signing on the check.
Right.
Now, there was a lot of call recently for the design and build construction work that was going on. I heard people saying it's corruption. I heard Ali Gill came on and he said, well, the Grenadian people don't know what they're paying for, and we could be held with a long stick at the end of the day. No, Kim. The leader of that party, Peter David, the leader of the opposition, Ms. Pierre, she is on the finance committee. So for NNP to be speaking of that is a no-no, because she's on the finance committee and they know where to find that. Even Peter David, he know where to find the procurement, he know where to find the processes where the payments are being made and what are being paid on the government page on the finance. Now, Kim, have you noticed that the information has been made public, right? And nobody have nothing to say about the prices. As a matter of fact, the Cliff Road project, the amount of millions that I saw they pay for that Cliff Road project, I still wondering why Grenada pay so much money for a project that couldn't even been completed on time. You know, why we had was to wait so long when you're collecting all this amount of millions of dollars. Why do we have to? It almost take 3 years to get that project done? And you telling me now that you have Namalco and you have Reno, who is delivering projects in a quicker timing? You have a problem with that. PCCI boss has a problem with that currently. And the noise that making Kim, let me tell you. Mr. Gilbert was given contracts from what do you call a place?
Mabuya?
in northeast, not Maguia, in northeast. He got contract in Brothers area to complete the Brothers Bridge that's going up to Dr. George Vincent. He got a contract again to do a project down in Waterloo. They had a slippage down there again under the NNP. And Monkuma, he had Monkuma to do as well. And these projects go way over the timeline. All these election projects, they go over the timeline. More money was funded into those projects again. The Honorable Ron Redhead could even speak of it because he had to put some money in it, and we didn't even get baskets to protect vehicles for when rainfall. You know, you might get a little slippage of rocks. We didn't even get that. And at no point in time I heard Peter David, Ali Gill, the New National Party members come out and ask, where is they never spoke of, or they never even let us know what amount of money was being spent for those various projects. But all of us thought, no, everybody gets stupid after June 22nd, 2022. They just get stupid, you know. It's like they no longer know how the arms of government are operating. They don't know where to find nothing. You're just hearing, oh, corruption here, corruption there, corruption here. When you ask them what is the corruption, they cannot even present no facts and tell you, well, okay, this happened. Look, we had X amount, for example, like the shrimp farm. They up to now, they can't show us nothing for that. They can come here and tell us, well, the Honorable Prime Minister did so, the Honorable Prime Minister did that. As a matter of fact, we had a certain woman come when in the CPRO and on the Williams had a meeting, and she said it is rumored that such and such was done. It is rumored such and such was done. And you know what, King? He amazed me that up to now, the journalists in Grenada, none of them never expunged that. You know, that made GBN news outline and MTV news outline when that nonsense happened. Rumor making news, you know.
Yeah.
When NMP in opposition, rumor start making news. I even see GBN and them take a new road now, whereby certain candidates from the New National Party, when they're doing certain things, back to school promotion, whatever, I see GBN and them making that a news outline.
Yeah.
And it has areas where government ministers, I saw the Honorable Ron Redhead put up his back to school thing because it's a thing that happens every year. And I didn't even hear GBN go as far as to acknowledge that. You understand?
Yeah.
So we see what is really happening here. We see the agenda that they're trying to push. They're trying to push a certain agenda in Grenada here. But you know one thing, Tim? They can't stop 6 rounds because the Honorable Prime Minister came inside it and they call them quote-unquote rookies. I hope Grenadians remember that. You know?
Yeah.
They have been able to surpass a lot of the things, a lot of the expectation of these people and them. And I want the Grenadian people right now, look, school is about to open. You have the school feeding, you have the free, you get the help with the textbook and you're getting the help with they're bringing the textbook and the computers now. They even given $500 for the teachers and them for to buy things to do their little work in buy extra things for the school. I don't want Grenadians to get too comfortable and forget now where we've been, you know, because we've been in a piece of darkness for a long time. Now the thing good. Don't feel the tie cutting good and you could forget where you come out, you know. Grenadians have to remember the struggle under the new nasty party. It wasn't easy, you know, Kim.
Boy, I tell you.
It was not an easy part. So I don't want Grenadians to forget where they come from. And right now, the Prime Minister had a successful meeting in Qatar outside and very soon, if the way how things are going, very soon we might be hearing things in terms of getting various companies, legitimate companies, to come in Grenada here and maybe partake in the NOT thing. So NMP for NDC, it's easy. For NMP, it's a lot of work. I'm going to say it like that. It's a lot of work. So do have a good one.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, right. All right, thank you so much for your contribution there. Landline caller, is still there? Landline caller?
Hello?
Yes, yeah, you're on now, yes.
All right, so respect.
Yeah.
Now, we have to remember, and we have to thank God for His mercy and kindness. Hey, a child, what was born in wasn't a baby. And if you're a father, you creep with your child.
Mm-hmm.
And first thing a child say is daddy. The daddy had to tell him to say father. So, if you remember, Mr. Charlton report the Office Commissioner. We never Charlie. When you go back to the Office Commissioner report, you see, when the Canada open the book, when I was an international country, did they open the book? Huh? Janin, the contract was breached. This kind of money, how much money we had to pay for taxpayer money. Taxpayer money had to pay back, Janin. They could go back to this record, you guys did. You see? We mustn't come and guess into life for our children now. If you know we spend money on our children to go and educate them and have this, hey, university school and all this thing to go through, whatever, to continue line for them. We had to make them the truth. We remember, pension and gratuity. The Grenada court say yes. The Eastern Caribbean court say yes. He had also reached up in England. He did a play and they pay. You see? That's what they got to know. You understand?
Okay.
Because, well, this is the thing. And that's a brother. Let me tell you something. You could hear them and you could be able to know them. There's certain things at NDC remain on NDC. Like certain things, which some people up, I don't know if they start to get rich already. You got to know the high timing. You understand? Because there is nothing. People will come out at the NDC. What some of these people are not coming out is bringing down the ends. Sometimes I wonder when Kai saying certain thing, you know. Because look, if you listen good, you remember the computer in RTC? Yeah, he said, why? Because people, if you are act, you won't just come out and do those things because you are hot enough. Understand? So, but it's really made you, because you, that pressing that button, there's something you do entertain, especially within government. You see? And yes, some guys who just have to say, you don't know about this program. When you get it released from the government, we deal with it. Because what I've seen, you know, is an undermining thing starting. And you got to be, vigilant. They are caring. They are slippery. You understand? Hey, yeah, one currency girls, don't call it no. Because they have 4 children in the house. What that mean? Huh? 4 children in the house. Please. They're within 18. They toss me to come, but hey, they're creeping up. Have a blessed day.
Okay. Thank you so much, Jay. Next, what's up, caller?
Hey, morning.
Yes, hello. Yes, go ahead. Yes.
I'm just here thinking. I'm wondering if there was a falling out between GPG and the past administration, and the reason for me thinking that way, if you recall, leading up to the last election, everyone was asking about the oil and gas, and there was an interview, I think, with a former prime minister, and he was saying, well, it does not make sense anymore. People are moving away from fossil fuels and so forth, so the spending money to get it done would not really make sense. So they more or less had shelved that.
Yeah.
And now we're hearing from the present administration, monies was paid, which we can find it. So wondering if there's a falling out, and because of that falling out, the past administration tried to shove them out.
Okay, it's possible. It's very possible.
Right.
You never know.
I don't know if I guess you may have that clip somewhere.
Yes. I remember. Good
to find that clip where you're talking about it.
Yeah.
So now that's why the NMP is a bit quiet now, and they were waiting to see what will happen before they could open their mouth. But I think right now they're a bit mute because they know what was happening in the background, because now we have this money that we can find, that 19 million, and we had that amount of money that was paid, and a separate thing for money that was paid to a constituency office, all those kind of things. So there's a lot of shenanigans going on in the background, which I think they are just trying to stay quiet about now.
Yeah. Well, the time has come to keep quiet. I get you. Okay, caller. Yeah.
All right, have a good one.
Okay,
Cheers.
Thank you so much, Jay. All right. Okay, let me just hold the calls for just a little while, because I have attorney at law, Mr. George Prime, who's in the house, and let me see, Good morning, good afternoon. Yeah, it's afternoon already. Yes,
indeed.
Mr. Prime. Yes.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon.
It's nice to have you in our company today.
Yes,
and whatever you step into here, I know information you want to share with us. We're always excited to it.
Definitely.
Yeah.
You had made the point that you wanted to speak to one of the matters that the Privy Council recently ruled on.
Yes.
I believe maybe we should do that first because
Yes.
it's shorter in
Okay.
time.
Okay.
So that we go into the main meat of the thing.
Right. Okay.
Which is the Local Government Act that is about to now be promulgated.
Right. Okay.
So
well, you see, the reason, not even that, but as you realize now, there's been a lot of talk around, and there's a lot of things on social media now as to what is taking place right now in Trial Bay, in the port of Trial Bay, because the yachties and those who own yachts and other boats, are complaining that they have been locked in. They can't get the boats out because the owners of the land, the Koreans, have constructed a fence, and it's impossible for them to get their boats out. So we're at a situation now where they want to get it out, and nothing is happening. The developers are not making the effort, and maybe there is a dispute, as we very well know, between the Koreans and the developers. So I know that you were versed with the information, in the beginning as to what was taking place and how we arrive at this.
Precisely.
How we get,
Not only versed in the information, but the very basis of the title. I had done a case in 2000. Actually, judgment was in 1998. And the High Court Justice Brian Aline, as he then was, ruled on this particular issue. So the basis of this case stems from a documentary title which dates back to 1914. So we're talking about the 1914 title, which the Koreans has bought from the so-called colonial masters.
Right.
So that property that is now in dispute, the court had given a ruling that it belonged to Samuel Korea.
Right.
And a lot of acres is 112 acres at the Grandance Estate. That's the largest among the land in Carrico at any one time. And in fact, I remember the actual ruling that Justice Aline gave, because that indenture was made on the 19th of February 1914 between them English fellas, Goldsmith and all the big names they used to call, who were the vendors, and Samuel Korean as the purchaser. Samuel Korean became the owner of all that large piece of parcel of land called and known as the Grandance Estate, containing 106.5 acres of land. Samuel Korean died on the 10th of November 2021. His will left in his will who the property must go to. And that will was probated in the Supreme Court of Grenada on the 8th of February 2020. His wife and others got there. Now, the basis of that is that this land, the court had ruled since then by Aline, this land belongs to the Koreans. So there is no dispute as to who owned the 100 R. Now, fast forwarding, that land now became the subject of a dispute. And I recall even in my time, in fact, the cabinet had passed a conclusion. We were getting a lot of leaks that this government, meaning the NDC government, was not a party that was friendly to the potential investors, which was not true. Because in fact, I could read you the conclusion, and those, as you say, the rumor mongers, I always like to put rumor mongers to rest. It was then stated when we applied to the cabinet. I applied to the cabinet for this issue, and it was granted. In fact, let me share with you, Kim, and the listening public, what that conclusion said. It was the conclusion which addressed the issue of the marina Carriacou, Harveyville Marina. Just give me 1 minute. Let me extract it from where I have it. Yes. It said Carriacou Marina Project. The government of the day were asked to look at that project. And they said, Cabinet considered, and that's after I made the application. 1532 was the Cabinet. An ex-agenda submission by the Minister of Carriacou and Diplomatic Affairs, your humble servant, and directed the minister to carry out certain works to find out what was happening. They submitted that we must get a report from a body that they had set up, one of these environmental bodies, that said, listen, go and see what's happening in the marina. I was approached that they want to get more land, but they ain't doing anything with the present land that they had. So we said, no, let's go and do some groundwork and see what is happening. So they invited us to appoint these environmental groups and so on. And they did the environment. And now the cabinet mandated me to get a report and report as to what is happening. Well, I had to see what happening. Nothing happening. So I can't do nothing. Right. I can't go and say, take more land. And in any event, we did not know where the property started until I presented that ruling that I told you the case I was in with Samuel Korean when they did this land belonged to the Korean family. Fast forward, we gone now to the recent development that you're telling me about. The Carriacou DevCo Limited versus the Korean Grenada. 2023 UK Privy Council decision number 1. The Judicial Committee of the Privy Council dismissed the appeal by CDC, the present owners, affirming that the disputed land belonged to the private estate of Samuel Korean, not Crown land, which is the argument. The bright lawyer they bring from Trinidad, Ramesh Mara.
For sure.
For sure. And you did tell me what Lady Hale said. So I researched it and came here to see. So consequently, the CDC has on the ruling no lawful entitlement to occupy or develop the parcel of land which it called the Marina Project. Yeah? What happened was this. The Court of Appeal and the High Court of Grenada said that this 7 acres of land, all you go and take, which is the disputed mangrove land. They say swampland at Tyrrell. These two courts say this land forms part of the Grandland's estate. It is not no foreshore, and it is not no crown lands. The land belonged to the estate of the late Samuel Korean. As I just read, the predecessors entitled, and that's what the Privy Council saying, the predecessors entitled since 1914 conveyed the property. The only thing that was missing, as you know, in them days, men didn't used to do plan.
Right.
So was they get the rod and they go around by estimation.
Give or take.
So that was the only comment they made. They say it was so surprising that this deed didn't have a plan on it. But here what they do. They say although there was no plan, the board confirmed by the evidence that they had, including an official 1904 survey, that the plans, although not there, they get sufficient identification that the property belonged to the Koreans. And it goes on and make a finding on one of the recent authorities. They say if two courts, Court of Appeal Grenada High Court come to a finding of fact. We, as a Privy Council, can go and set aside them findings of fact.
Right.
These are the people who live in it. We live in England. We
Right.
don't know anything about the land. So we are bound by the two findings by the High Court and the Court of Appeal, applying a certain principle. So the rejection of the Crown, no, Uncle Leo point, here what the Crown say. Foreshore presumption, there's a presumption, presumptive relief. CDC argued that because the land was mangrove swamp, subject to water influx, water coming in and water going out, it constituted the foreshore and was presumptively owned by the Crown. So it's a presumption. But the presumption was aborted, as the Privy Council saying. They say, nah. The board rejected that ruling. It can't be no presumption there because all you bring no evidence to rebut it.
Right.
In fact, the burden, as the Privy Council said, is on those who relying that the seashore and the high water mark is Crown land. But they couldn't prove it. So the ownership, CDC could have provided no technical or support evidence establishing that the tidal demarcation fall within the province of the Crown. Now, if that failed, the only result is, well, no, we can't give Crown land.
Right.
The land belongs to you. So the ruling conclusively, as it now said, settled in favor of the Samuel Korean estate, blocking CDC's planned expansion on the disputed land to go and do further things. So if the Koreans or the estate or the beneficiaries, whoever they are, decide, well, listen, if they say the land is ours, we now entitled to do what ownership of the land involves.
Right. Yeah.
So the only logical thing to do now, if our people have the boat and property under the guise of CDC, let CDC come and convert, have conversations and see how you could come to an amicable arrangement to get people to take the property. Property is not yours.
Yeah.
But in addition to council, in CDC's original list, which I think took place around 2004, there's a survey accompanied the list. And that survey, the 4.5 acres that is still the Harveyville estate, is in boundary with private land.
That is correct.
So quite early, they know that it was private land and it's not government's land.
Yeah. But they put me against the wall. They say, well, all right. NDC ain't giving the land, we go wait. We go wait until our people get the land.
So they applied for more lands, you know.
That ain't under my watch.
Under your watch, yeah.
And well, no, we can't give more land. We didn't decide that we're not giving the land, you know, we wanted to satisfy ourselves. That all we're doing certain things that
with what they already had. So
we are more concerned that you utilize what you have first.
Before you ask for more.
Before you ask for more. Which was reasonable. I mean, I don't think that was unreasonable.
Right.
You know? So where they are now, well, I mean, they're in a quagmire. Because if you have people who would have rented from you to come and bring their boats for services and repairs, and now those boats are locked in, you are under a legal obligation to find a way of how you could facilitate them. That contract is not now any contract between the government presently and the new owners, because they have no privity of contract in that. And then ruling, the people come to rule and say the land belongs to Crown, you know. The land belongs to private people. So if you now want to say, all right, we're saddling the present administration with the responsibility of finding a way out, well, maybe it's a discussion that can be had to see how we can best resolve it. But don't come and say that you are honoring the ruling. Because I understood that they went to get another injunction to stop the people from fencing. At the time they reached the court, one of the judges, they run them. They say, where you going? Where you want me to go behind?
Council already. PV Council already.
Rule. That is final.
That is final?
Final. We can go behind the Privy Council. That is the final court of appeal for jurisdiction like ours.
But
so,
council and there are persons who are stating that the government should allow the folks to get their votes, but I couldn't see the government just arbitrarily giving the votes without doing so in collaboration with DevCo Corp or CDC.
Definitely. Well, then that's the point. I mean, I use a big term, privity of contract.
Yeah.
But I mean, the government is not in any position to come and speak to parties who have votes there because they were not part of the arrangement to have them there in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
How you come in and tell me, I want to help you get your vote, and I didn't know when you and your vote which day. So they have to meet. They have to meet the parties. And the quicker they stop going around, and I don't know, maybe they have endless pockets, which is normally what the thing is. Because they're saying we people in Carriacou, the land is all you own, but we could buy out. Well, if you could buy the land, and
that would have been the easiest thing to do.
As simple as that.
Yeah, but to purchase the property that they're occupying right now.
Yeah.
To purchase if it's for sale. Why the Privy Council rule that the lands that belong to the
So
Koreans?
it's a matter of them trying to come to some agreement now with the owners as to maybe sell us the portion that we are occupying right now.
No, but remember that in the High Court matter, where an injunction was sought but didn't get, is because CDC was claiming that the Koreans were tardy in laying the claim to the property. And after we've invested millions of dollars appreciating the property, then you're showing up as the owner.
Mm-hmm.
But okay, fine. So once it's now been ruled that the property is that of the Koreans, it's not what they make there, it's what it is today in the value that you say you appreciated by millions of dollars.
As simple as that.
So
that must be a sticking point.
Maybe so. You have to dig in your pocket to pay.
Yeah.
And that might be a true thing.
So, Kim, that is where we are on that matter.
So
I believe we should put things to rest because George Roma also called me and told him, well, I'm coming in this program today. Because there seemed to have been some uneasiness too in the
because on social media, the owners of the yachts and whatever properties that they have there have been boxed in and they want to get it out.
Mm-hmm.
So I would imagine that they need to have a conversation with the CDC, the developers.
Naturally.
And come to some agreement.
Yeah. And that shouldn't be difficult to arrive at. Because if you have a contract with these guys, they tell you, listen, we come in and bring a boat to get repaired. We pay with money for that to happen.
Mm-hmm.
You are saying, well, it's impossible to give you a boat now because they stop us. Then find a means of how you could get the people to get the obligation met. Because they getting your money, then people boat ain't getting repaired and they can't get it back. So there's a failure of consideration on somebody's part. Mm-hmm. I pay for that, you getting your money, I ain't getting my boat. So what do you want me to do?
And I would add that the situation is not with CDC, but with DevCo.
Yeah.
Because DevCo is the entity to which the 7 acres or 7 acres was listed to.
Okay.
Not CDC.
Not CDC, okay.
Mm-hmm.
And that is correct, because that is how the case is styled. The case is styled DevCo against the Koreans. But during the process, CDC were the ones who advancing the argument for what should take place. But it's all part and parcel of the same thing. If you ask me, CDC and DevCo, what is the difference between them? There's a distinction without no difference.
Someone is asking me here. They say, Kim, could you ask Council how much property Crown Lands was given to the CDC in the beginning? You have any idea how much?
Well, initially they started off with 4
acres.
The initial 6-year lease, or 66-year lease, started off with 4 acres. That is how much they started to lease.
Okay.
As a result of that, they decided they wanted more land. Well, when they approached me, they said they wanted 8. But from the ruling that the Privy Council gave, they only at 7.
So what happened to the first four?
They have it. The first four.
First four is where the port is.
Hold on. Wait.
Yeah. The first four is where the port
Hold on.
is.
So wait now. So the first four was Kronglands, right?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes, definitely.
And that was leased to CDC at the time.
Precisely.
And then CDC now end up selling that lease to the port.
Yes. What do you mean?
Yes, the residue of the lease.
Of the lease to the port.
Sold to the port.
And then get acquired or maybe took 7+ acres
Additional acres
from the Koreans.
So the 4.5 acres that was leased to CDC in the beginning, we no longer need that. Now that we're getting the Korean 7.5 acres,
so we could.
And I'm wondering though that if you acquire the lease from CDC, the port that is, with all the requirements of that lease. Yeah. I'm wondering if the port is paying the government the money that was due yearly for the lease. That's what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because CDC had lease with the government, right?
Yes.
For X amount of dollars per year.
Yes.
You pass that on to the port.
Right. So
the port have assumed that the position. So in turn, the Port Authority of Grenada should be paying to the government of Grenada
the money they get in from the
lease. Yes. A yearly lease. I think it was $30,000.
Yes.
Yes.
That was what the initial amount was.
So we had to go and look in the treasury for it or in the
so Kim, you open a can of worms there. Now I had to go back now and look to see what is in Chiquiti and what is not in the kitty.
Yeah. Because I mean people want to know.
Yes.
You see, because of the fact now that this thing is on in social media, finally people are getting to understand now what transpired.
Yes,
because most people didn't know
no,
what really happened.
That is a large transaction.
Yeah. And now something needs to be done urgently because people's property have been as they say
confiscated.
Private property. Yes.
Or locked up if you will.
So you and the law you can't tie down property. Property is a thing that they say is inalienable. You have to free your property. So if it is that people have the boats and so on the property, you can unilaterally say, well, all right, I'm stopping the man from getting the boat. That is not permitted.
And what the Koreans did, in putting that fence up is legal.
Oh yeah, because there's a land.
There's a land.
One side, stay inside.
Stay inside, yes. Yes, so that is one of the issues. I mean, I'm told before I came on the program to see what the government can do to ease, some of these burdens. I don't know if the government want to go and take part in conversations that they already painted that brush. You see, NDC is not for us. We don't want to engage. Maybe that may be the point here, because as government, you have to improve quality all the time.
Maybe the government could come in as a mediator. Maybe
I think so. And I mean, if we reach that, I don't think that would be a difficulty, because if people suffering,
I would think, well, the government in trying to satisfy the people who are out of their boats, whatever they do, they would have to do in collaboration with CDC or DevCo.
Whichever.
And then I don't know. Sometimes some of the boats that are being on the property now is indebted to DevCo. I don't know.
Maybe yes.
Yes. And then you go and give them a boat, and DevCo say, money you owe you, the government.
Right. Yeah. And maybe some of the boats maybe not be seaworthy either too, because they're only for docking.
Yeah.
So maybe they may not be able to even move them.
Yeah, so that is a major problem. But I think we get to the basis of where we at. That ruling stands. We can't go behind the Privy Council ruling and see.
That's fine.
Give them fellas back property when you could say the property doesn't belong to all of them. At least whatever else is a lease. In other words, we have a term we just use all the time. The lease was ab initio, the bad from the outset.
Yeah.
Because if you're going to lease property, first thing you do when you have a lease, you have to own the property. So if you go and give property under the guise that you think you own it, and it now discovered that it is not government land in the first place to have lease, then from the ab initio, from the outset, the lease was bad in law.
Yeah.
So what do you do?
What's this we're talking about? You mean the list that went to
the extra 7 acres?
The extra 7 acres.
Yeah. The Koreans property.
The Koreans property.
So they were given a list.
Yeah, the
It was
government.
the government listed to
Yeah, and NNP listed to them.
Yes, but I think even that list was given while the matter was in litigation, you know.
Well, correct. That is true. That too is true. So it's not just the Privy Council saying the property is a Korean property. You have to start from the beginning. How did you get the 7 acres in the first place?
They rush it.
Where did you get it from?
Well, you listen to something that you don't.
That is the basis of what's going on.
Push it forward quick.
The basis of where we are now is that you lease property, some leasee, who obviously may do so in good faith. Because CDC may say, well, all right, we didn't know. We did so in good faith.
And mind you, Kim, the pertinent persons authorized to lease Crown lands signed that lease for the 7.5 acres on the government's behalf, you know. Remember, some time ago, I think they said it might have been the PS who leased footprints behind Sam to a certain entity. And the lease, always Crown lands, it was signed by the PSI and every PS could lease Crown land.
Oh, my God.
Okay. So the senior boys could get itself involved in it and break down that whole to do. So, but I'm saying that the list that was given to DevCo was duly executed by the authorized people to list commands.
Correct. That is indeed correct.
While the matter was in litigation.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
But you know, when you have government without opposition.
Well, that reminds me, if my memory serves me right, you know, that at one time, during the 2008-2000 NDC time in government, the developers at the time ceased all operations waiting for elections. And because right after elections, then they started up the machinery again.
Yes.
So
and that they see, that is what they themselves have said. They pronounced that.
Yeah.
Well, we ain't gonna do anything with these fellas and that.
Until the government changed.
And to make the point, remember when they reopened, there was a big to-do in Trilby and the entire cabinet was present. You know?
I remember.
Yeah.
I was there. It's like a groundbreaking.
Yes, the later Vinimada town.
Yeah. Wow. No wonder why we're there now.
Well, yes, I mean, this thing would
Well, I just hope that something happens.
Some solution.
Yes, some solution.
Right.
Get the boats you're talking about.
Yes. I think, because, I mean, you shouldn't saddle people with that responsibility if they don't have a say in what the outcome will be.
Yeah.
I am about there. I went there in good faith to get repairs.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden now I get tied up.
Inside all the confusion.
Huh? Yes.
Well, probably the best thing the government could do is to consult the principals of DevCo or CDC, whoever it is, and say, what is your position on people's votes? Can you release the votes to the people, or are you free to do so? And then if that's the case, please give people the votes so that we stop getting bad press.
The major player there is the Koreans, you know? You have to you have to get permission in order to get them.
Trespass.
Yes.
My God. You're so right.
You can't leave them out.
But
no. They have the key in
the hand.
Yeah. That's why they go and fence.
That's what,
They had no authority to fence if they're not the owners of the property.
Right.
You know? Yes, so that mess every day in it. But
But
I don't think we want to
find that the fencing came as a result of the reluctance of the principals of whoever the
Yeah.
DEFCO that
To
was
negotiate.
Yes, to negotiate.
Yes.
And as we were saying, Karaku language, they didn't just refuse to negotiate, they managed. Karaku
So you show who is man?
They managed.
Yeah.
Well, let's just hope that it gets resolved very soon.
Yes,
in the interest of those
that is
who have
correct.
been victimized.
Yeah, we want that to happen.
Those both of us, yeah.
So let me ask a question as a bystander listening to the learned men. So if that doesn't happen, while I'm hearing you saying that you want certain things to happen, you like certain things to happen. If it doesn't happen in that way, to what far and to what extent can this problem prolong without finding a legal solution?
Well, legal solutions are always there. The issue is how you go about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What you
so,
file.
So yeah, precisely.
Can somebody sue somebody?
Well, that going on now. The ruling that they gave by Justice Actieta probably a couple of months ago is that the CDC people went to get an injunction to remove the fence
Oh.
because we have people who have the boats that we going. The Court of Appeal refused because they'll be going behind the ruling of the Privy Council to go and say, give people back. Because if you're going now for injunction, an injunctive relief means you have a vested interest or some equitable interest.
You have a basis for you have a basis for your argument.
That's what that means.
Someone is making a comment here that said, no, Kim, Dolan, CDC did not sublease to the port. It was sold to the port for $5 million US.
Whatever it is.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it doesn't matter. Whether lease or sublease. So if they buy it from the port, well, they make $1 billion.
So hold on. But you're selling something that you don't own?
No, if you sell, no, they're in possession of the lease. So the residue of the lease, the time remaining on the lease is what is sold.
So that is what. So whoever making that point doesn't know they have a thing they call the equity of redemption and the reversion. At least have a life.
Yeah.
So they sold the lease for 500.
They sold whatever the remaining term of the lease was.
What do you call the residue?
Yes.
For 5 million.
The reversion. Yeah.
The time on the lease.
So they come and say they sold the place. That never happened. In other words, they sold the unexpired term. What has not expired. You know?
Okay.
Good.
Because remember now, Kim, if you have a lease for 50 years, or property in possession, I could come on, I have a lease for 50 years, I could turn around and sublease a portion of that to you for 25 years, or for 30 years and make money from it. So it has value to my lease.
Right. Okay. Well, that's where we are now. So at least, most people who are wondering what's taking place.
What's taking place is going to be able to now have some informed opinion.
Right, yeah.
As to how they could talk.
Right, okay. Okay. Right. Well, thank you so much for that, clearing that part of it up, okay? Now we'll move to the other one that I asked you to speak about, because I know that you've been saying recently that things are happening.
Things are happening.
Local government.
Yes, definitely.
Yes, so where we are now.
Well, I asked the office to send you the final draft. We are now at the stage of the final draft of this bill. Carriacou and Petit Martinique Local Government Bill of 2026. So I have before me, as I asked to share with you, that bill itself. But before going into the bill, I want to make a few observations. Because you see, the history of this local government thing, both you and I can know very well that a number of us almost lose our own existence. This bill had, if you like, 8 lives. You see, the only one in me is the cat life.
That's all?
8 lives. Yeah, the cat life, 9. 8 lives. Because the genesis of the bill started off since 2011. We had the first Carriacou and Petit Martinique County Council Bill, 2011. It gone to 2012. We also looked at the bill again and arranged different sections in 2012. Nothing happened between 2012 until 2022 when we start quarreling and saying, I mean, if we got results and people been calling me and asking me, how come the Minister of Local Government now and the Attorney General saying we're getting the Local Government Act since 2023 and nothing happened within 2026? So we got to call and ask her that. Because me, not government.
Yeah, right.
All I was doing is facilitating to ensure that the thing happened. So 2022, we had 2 bites of the cherry because by this time the same thing's looking. Nothing happened again in 2022 until 2025 when we had another local government bill, number 6, number 7, 2026, and now in 2026 again, number 8. So the bill went through a series of phases. And now we believe we reached the final phase based on the body that is responsible for making sure. We drafted it and they now gone through, if you like, a fine tooth comb. So the present bill that we have before us is what I think we should be addressing. I also want to say, by way of background, that that bill is conditioned on a number of other, not bills this time, but acts. We looked at the Barbuda Local Government Act. That was the first one. Then we look at the Dominica Roseau City Council Act. Then we have the St. Kitts and Nevis. Then we had the Tobago House of Assembly. My boy, Anselm, you're not here today, but you always talking now about boy Primavera to get Freeport in.
Yeah.
Freeport must be in the bill. I said, well, we had Freeport on the agenda a while now. That didn't happen. But that doesn't rule it out. Don't go and knock the bill because it's not in it. We may have time in which we could do it. And then we look at the Belize City Council Act. So we have 7 pieces of legislation which this bill borrows from, or in a manner of speaking, is conditioned on. So it is not a bill that is fly by night. And so when it was said that Section 107 of the Constitution provides for the establishment of the Council for Carriacou and Petite Martinique as the main principal organ for local government, this act, the District Council Act Cap 83A, has set out what the council should constitute. And accordingly, in looking at all the acts and the bills, it is now said that the bill seeks to repeal and replace the existing Carriacou and Petite Martinique County Council Act Cap 42A and establish a modern legislative framework for the governance and administration of the council. So what are the objectives of this bill? This bill has 8 main objectives. 8 main objectives. Except, and is divided in simple terms in 9 parts and contains, for people of average learning, 46 sections. So it shouldn't be too hard for people to understand what is going on. So objective 1 was to establish an effective and democratic system of local government for Carriacou and Petite Martinique. I have a lot of friends, rabid and NDC people, who say, boy, Primo, that local government thing ain't going nowhere. That can happen. What men didn't know that local government is not a recent phenomenon. It's not something that we're going. All in a nutshell, it means is that you want local participation in the decision-making process. In other words, we should not be talking about regatta and all other community efforts. Community efforts. If you don't have local committees that are pushing the process, government can't do everything. Government is not designed to do everything. So when you have local participation in the events that touch govern and have their lives made, and you taking part in it, how you could want to upset about that? You should glad that you have input in local affairs. Kaku, pretty much niggas local place. You don't expect government to be coming and tell you put a standpipe in Montreal, put a standpipe in Bosiju. Your local people are the people who should be coming and make representation. If you have the avenue for so doing, that is what local government is. We had local government in Carriacou even before we know local government.
Yeah.
Because of the nature of how we live. Each man help one another. I remember my parents used to say, "What we had to go and walk garden all over the place. We walk garden already, but
Yes.
you have to go and walk garden.
Yes.
That is what this is about. Your natural inclination. And once you separated by the sea from mainland, instinctively, you need an administration on the land to run its things. No within the center. You need things out of the center to keep going. And that's what we've been doing all along. We as Carriacouans and Petit Martiniquans, quite apart from the difficulties that we have, whether it's at the level of the administration, whether it's the level of sea transport, whether it's the level we have good water system, all of those things, we had to devise a means of how we get by. Local government is precisely what that should do. So the object here is not distinct from what we don't know. Provide for the establishment of a constitution and governance of Carriacou and Petit Martinique as the principal organ. Objective 3, you want to confer on the council, that body of men and women, appropriate powers, duties and functions for the administration and the development of the county. Quite apart from what taking place at the center, Carriacou and Petit Martinique must have a body of people. Not government again, because you're going to pick the same people in government, then you have no local government. You must have persons who have the heart in this thing to develop appropriate powers, duties, and functions to establish the council to develop. You want to establish a transparent framework for local government elections and democratic representation within the county. So, men saying, well, boy, we go have NNP men, and we go have NDC men, whatever men they are, local government cuts right across humanities and put the interests of what it is at hand. We got whether it's Baroon Festival, whether it's, what you call it, we have all the festivals now. Now we have the Laughter Festival, the last one that come on there. Yeah. The problem we have with these festivals is there's people who go into them at the hem, at the top. Maybe have their own axe to grind. But you need your best organizers at all levels to run them functions. The best. I don't care whether they're NNP, if they're polka dot, whoever they are. Get your best people because we are going to be the beneficiaries of what they could bring forward. Cool. And that's the problem we have. Men going and take things, they even know about it. We don't talk about it because we keep no happening. Next, establish and provide a strong legal and financial framework for the administration of the council. The council had to raise your own money. You had to give the council a certain independence. You had to give it its legal entity. You had to give it its own existence. It can't exist by calling this one name. Oh, so you take over the regatta again, and so this and so that. All we like to do is to just call names. Give the thing a separate entity so they exist apart and independent from Aurelio, from me, from Kim, from whoever it is. This is important. You have to provide and establish an appropriate governance, accountability, and administrative function so that the offices in the council remains independent. 7, to provide for the establishment of Petit Martinique, because this body and this act itself recognize, even as we in Carriacou, Petit Martinique have its own existence. You need to have a body of people in Pitimatnik that are looking after Pitimatnik, quite apart from the council here doing the thing.
Yeah.
So Pitimatnik must have a zonal council to facilitate greater participation by the residents of Pitimatnik and the administration of the affairs in Pitimatnik. So all things remain local. Pitimatnik must also participate fully at the level of how they're going on. And finally, provide matters connected with and incidental to local government in the county. So the objects came are not fundamentally different from what is there, but I think we have now, if you like, crystallized what they must do. I don't want to bore anybody now with going into this thing in depth, but what I think is important is that we understand that we have certain sections of the act that is important that I need to say a few words on. Part 1. Part 1 speaks to what is called the commencement. The problem we had in the past with this legislation, local government, particularly the act itself, was passed in the parliament. 1995. Everybody said, well, we had a local government act already, and that is true. 1995, we had a local government act. What happened? Went to the Senate, went to the House of Representatives. Everybody says, we read the thing and we want it. You know what didn't happen? It was never promulgated. Big word. The act did not go to the Gazette and say that local government must come in.
All right.
It's still in the books since 1995 up to now.
So it's still right there.
Right there, and it's still there. Yeah, him dead. It is now like a mystic. So that act must say the date it's going to commence and what the interpretation of the phrases are. For example, under the interpretation clause, it says Carriacou and Pitimatlik means all of the islands and the neighboring islet, not unparalleled of the so-called latitude and given. Central government means the government of Grenada. Chairperson means chairperson of the council elected under Section 8. Council means the council for Carriacou and Pitimatnik. Councillor means a person who is elected or appointed as a member of the council under section. Deputy chairperson, secretary, state, supervisor of elections, ward. Now this ward is an important creature. Ward must have the same meaning assigned to it as used to be done in the former district councillor. What is a ward? In a nutshell, a ward is a polling division. In Carriacou, we have 11 polling divisions. North, south, east, west. The question that arises, and that is a facet that has not been resolved by the legislation, because we believe is a facet for when the election comes, how you want to constitute the wards. To say you want to have a councillor for each ward, that's for purposes of argument. It would mean you would have to have 11 councillors. Some of the wards or polling divisions have 340 people on the voters list. Do you want a ward that has 340 people to have a councillor for 240 people when you have places like Abbeville and this, they have 8, 9, almost 1,000 people. So the issue here is not one for the legislation, but for one for the party and the council, together with the electoral machinery, to see when time comes for the election, should we combine some of them? Should we have more than one? Should we have one? In other words, 11, if they have the money, I would say let's go with the 11. But if you're paying councillors as they're supposed to be paid, a substantial portion of your limited budgetary space had to go to local government. And we already like to say, boy, we have money. So if you're going to suffer on the limited space and then it becomes a paralysis, we can't pay the councillor in Windward, where they have the smallest polling division. We get you enough money. Well, better we do the thing. So those are the current issues that arises now, if you ask me, as to what are the likelihood of those things. So I think we are eminently qualified at this juncture to proceed with the council as is, and let Kiaraku start seeing daylight. Because I will tell you, I don't want to sound as a critique, but had this body called local government, where you have village representation, or ward representation, or polling division representation, and you have issues like burial. I understand up to today, they still have problems with the way things are distributed. Who getting house, who ain't getting house, who getting money, who ain't getting money. And everybody now holding the minister to his neck.
Yeah, the
because,
local government should have had
because all you need, all you need is your local body to say, well, all right, only 12 houses in Windward were destroyed. We need to find means of assisting these 12 people. You can't go now and say, hey, I give him 2. I give him 1. What is the criteria for just giving? You have to have that go right across the border. So that now every time the minister and say, well, listen, you promise. And maybe you promise in the truth, but you can't give everybody because you don't have a criteria upon which you're giving. Local government is the recipe for a lot of the problems that we're facing.
Let me take a call. Vibes FM. Caller, thank you for waiting. Caller. Okay, we sort of lost that caller. So there was a couple of calls coming through. They're going to call back again. 443-0101, 403-0101, and 458-1914 if you want to call. But the model, if I were to use that word, of electing the people, who would be responsible to carry out the work here. How is it going to be done? How is that?
Well, let me read that part of the legislation that addresses that. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, Kim, you made a very important point. Allowances and so on. Now, the legislation contemplates that elections, this is part 4 of the legislation. Part 4 of the legislation from section 12 goes up, and it says this at section 12. How are we going to be able to address the issues that you just put your finger on? For the purposes of holding local government elections and by-elections, the council and county shall be divided into wards. That is the same polling.
Right, okay, yeah.
As defined in accordance with the provisions of the past law that I just spoke about. The supervisor of elections shall define the boundaries of the various wards before any government election shall submit the boundaries so defined. And the House of Representatives will have the final approval.
Right.
So we more or less is fashioning local government elections in the same manner
as we
have parliamentary natural elections.
Okay.
That is what is contemplated.
Okay.
You see? So the House of Representatives may by resolution approve the boundaries and the wards. Yeah. The supervisor of elections shall have charge. In the same manner, you're going and give now other parties where they come and say, it must be a functionary. Because the first thing they say, well, listen, if you have an election, I'm sure the thing will be NDC control. You have the same man who
same process. Yeah.
Let's keep it uniform.
Right. Okay.
So that you don't come and saddle people with blame and then you say, like Trump, oh no, the election rig.
When you lose.
When you lose.
Only when you lose, eh?
You only lose it. And when you win, it's perfect.
Yeah. Yeah. So we want to get out of that thing. So keep me, put your finger on a vital thing there. Same thing. Register of electors. The register of electors for local government elections shall be the register used for the purpose of the elections of the House of Representatives. So the same document that you're using to say come and vote for your representative is the same document you're using to say come and vote for your local man. Huh? Right. There ain't no dispute, no intrigues about it, and you're changing or the men go pick only NDC people. That is not how it's done. They had the time to. You don't want to pick only the NDC man or NNP man. That is not the issue.
Okay.
You know?
Yeah.
So the election is a fundamental provision and it forms part 4. Election. The Governor General, in the same manner, shall fix a date in each election year for the holding of local government elections. So it ain't going to be no intrigue.
So hold on, wait, let me get on that one. So we don't have nobody with no belly, no pocket.
No. The GG.
We'll fix the date.
Whoever the GG is. Whether they say GG is NLP, GG and the GG is GG.
Right.
So the GG is the one that is saddled with the responsibility of saying, all right, they would call the notices announcing the same to be published in the Gazette and posted on the outdoors of the offices of the council, any church, police station, government school, all the jurisdiction in the council. In any other conspicuous place, he or she shall think fit, at least 2 weeks before the date fixed for local government elections. So the elections are intended to be widely announced and put in places that we know all the time. Mm-hmm. It's not like the old traditional days, you know what I mean, Kim.
Yeah. So
some men say, well, you know, them older folks couldn't read and tell. Mm-hmm. They come in and make mockery of some of them fellas. Say, they write their name on the notice board. Right, them, what write they? A big dancing Billy Club tonight all the time. You know, and all of that is not what right there. So the notices, as we traditionally know, is the way the things are to be done. Now, if they go on to specific parts in the subsection 5, 16, if more than one candidate is duly nominated, for example, and it's possible for any ward, any polling division, a poll shall be taken and the returning officer shall adjourn the election to 1 week from the date that was fixed for the election. So if you have more than one person there, you have to find out which is the one that we're really going up with.
Right.
So if that happens, they have a model in which you address it.
Okay.
So you've been asking.
So, okay. So now, as our system is where we have currently a minister,
right,
for Carriacou and Diplomatic Affairs, and now you're going to have local government. How are they going to work together? How is it supposed to be?
Well, you're asking all the legal questions, you know, because they have a body of here which says how it must happen, right? Let me get the actual section that addresses precisely what you just asked there. The relationship now between the council and the local government. General duties of the council. And then you have all the financial provisions here. Council meetings. So let's get where you want to see how this minister is to function within the council. Part 2. Part 2 of the law. It says from section 3, go down. Part 2 says the following. For the purposes of this act, the District Council Act will apply, section 83, whatever it is. There shall be established a council for Carriacou and Petite Martinique, which shall administer the system of local government for the county. The council shall be a body corporate with perpetual succession and a common seal. The council shall be and the county subject to the jurisdiction, which is hereby invested and vested with the powers of the act set out. The council shall be entitled to make contracts and to sue and be sued in its corporate name, Carriacou and Petit Martinique. Service of all legal processes and notice on the council shall be effected by service. The council shall have an official seal which shall be judicially noticed. Composition of the council, section 5. The council shall consist of the following members. Member of the House of Representatives for the constituency of Carriacou and Petit Martinique. 1.
Okay.
2. Such members and numbers of members as correspond with the wards. So really they actually saying the council going to have 11 members.
Right.
Because they make no split. According to the law, such number of elected members as correspond with the number of wards for the time being established under the Act. 11 polling divisions, so according to the law, we will have 11 councillors,
Right.
including the member of parliament.
Right.
Not the minister, because we had a connivance.
Okay. Yeah, right. Okay.
When I was minister.
Yeah, and you were not
member.
The member of parliament.
I remember a standard joke, blessed memory. I used to say to my cousin, Nemo, I say, watch, Carriacou never had it so good. Use the member of parliament. Huh? I is the minister. So we try and do it. He said, well, remember, you don't have the mandate of the people. You don't have the mandate of the people. I say, it's true. I don't have the mandate of the people. But there is so much we could do together.
Yeah, right.
And then the boot go wrong. I then became the minister. He did this and so on. So when you remember, good. So Kim, you put your finger on it. It goes on to say that election of the chairperson and deputy chairperson at the first meeting of the council after this act comes into force, and in January at the first meeting each year, the member of the council present and voting shall elect from among its members a person to be chairperson and person to be deputy chair. So the same body of men, 12 or how many of them, 11, meets and say, okay, among our numbers, you is the chairman. This one elected to be deputy chairman. So again, democratic.
Yeah.
We ain't going to appoint people and say, okay, me and Kim going on, Kim, come, go, you have to chair this thing. You know? Members of the council must elect its people. If during his or her term of office, the chairperson or the deputy chairperson resigns, dies, or is disqualified from being a member of the council, the members shall elect a new chairperson and a new deputy chairperson in the normal way. Continuity. Death doesn't bring an end to the body or resignation. Because life has to go on. Membership of the council. Qualification for membership of the council. What you must be. You must have how much degree you must have. Rubbish. All it says is, subject to the provision of this act, a person shall be qualified to be elected as a member of the council if he or she one is a citizen. Qualification 1, citizen. 2, member of the Commonwealth country who has resided in the state for a period of at least 1 year, immediately preceding the date of his or her nomination for the election of the council, or is domiciled and resident in the state at the date. Now, I know this thing is always called confusion. What does one mean by domicile? What does one mean by resident? Domicile and resident are two distinct features. If you're resident, you are in Carriacou. If you're domicile, you have an intention to return, but you're not really in Carriacou. But Carriacou is your country of domicile. That is where you intend to return at some point in the future. But that doesn't mean that you want to say that you're a domicile. Because when the issue came up the other day, as I heard the Prime Minister say, the law is the same, it's true. Because there was one time when it was being discussed that for you to vote in national elections, you must first be resident in the country for at least 12 months before the date of the election. But that's rubbish.
Yeah.
That is not what the law says. If you're a citizen, you could come and vote anytime once you register.
That's it.
There is no residency requirement
For
so that is now been dispelled. But that has been running the other day when they bring down all these people from the diaspora that say they men come in and vote.
Yeah.
Because they're looking to get. But I know what the issue is. Citizen, there is no requirement. You born, when you become a citizen, you could come and vote once you register. So this act itself has all the safeguards. How does one become disqualified? You are disqualified from being a member of the council if the following. You fail to meet the qualification to be elected as under the section. Is by virtue of his or her own act under an acknowledgement of allegiance, obedience, or adherence to foreign power or state. Is an undischarged bankrupt having been adjudged or otherwise declared bankrupt under the laws of Grenada. Is a person certified to be insane or otherwise adjudged to be of unsound mind under any law in force. Is serving a sentence of imprisonment exceeding 1 year imposed on him or her by a court in any part of the Commonwealth. Holds any office or place of profit in the gift of or disposal of the council. Holds or is acting in any public office. Is a member of any of the armed forces of the Crown or the police force. Subject to any exceptions or limitations prescribed by Parliament, has an interest in any contract with the council. Or ceases to be a Commonwealth citizen. So all of these things are present. Resignation, vacancies by elections, and so on. So what we really, there's a part which speaks specifically of the elections itself and the holding of it. We said a little about it when you asked the question, Kim. So I don't think that we should be wasting further functions.
Another question that is popping up here is that the council or the local government would be able to raise funds on its own.
Yes.
What would be the responsibilities of the national or the government itself?
Right. Let's go to part 5 of the Act. Function, duties, and powers of the council. That law takes place right there. Section 20 says, it shall be the general duty of the council to 1, provide for the collection and expenditure of all the monies authorized by law to be raised for the benefit of the county. 2, provide for the good governance and improvement of the county. 3, enforce the provisions of this act or any other law relating thereto. Subsection 2 says, without prejudice to the generality of this section, it shall be the duty of the council to 1, apply the net amount of all monies collected to 1, paying all expenses incurred by the council under the act. 2, constructing, repairing, cleaning, drainage, and otherwise maintaining in good order roads, public places, waterworks, buildings. Council or any other of these may from time to time be transferred to it by the central government. So there's going to be a demarcation by central government that's saying, listen, that's your remit. You are to be responsible for the areas that we designate. So we don't mingle with waters. We don't come and say, well, Tevin, come and fighting with the chairman and say, you doing that, me must do that because you'll get vote and I won't get vote. That is not your remit.
So the responsibilities of central government is defined.
Is remain and defined in the act itself.
So as you're on that, let me just ask you then. So what is the function of the MP, the member of Parliament.
But the function of member of parliament is to create a better quality of service for his constituents. His function
Through
is
central government or through local
to
government.
central government. That is his remit. I elect you to run the body of the constituency.
Right.
The council is not representative of no central government. The council is representative of the county. So there may be time when the world might fuse. And this is why the point is there a demarcation between those functions so that they don't appear from confusion.
Right.
The act contemplates a separation and tells the council what you could indulge in and what you can indulge in. You can indulge in, for example, going and say you want the national budget. You want to prepare a national budget for the council alone and forget about central government.
Yeah.
Central government had to tell you what funds of finances you are entitled to go and dangle in. You can dabble in everything financially.
Right.
You know? So, for example.
So certain things like, say, taxes and all these duties and customs and things like that, the council would be responsible for collection
of what the state tell them they could click.
Okay.
For example, now this act itself doesn't contemplate it, but there used to be a thing called pong. When you're ponging animals,
right?
And pong houses and so on.
Right, yeah.
The money that they collect from ponging people, animal, you had to go and put it in the consolidated fund. You had to apply it to the county to make sure that you utilize.
Yes.
So once you have the specific functions, you are entitled to do that. For example, they have another aspect, a power to make bylaws. Now, if you're giving a council power to do what I'm going to talk about, the council shall have power to make bylaws generally for the good governance of the county. Broad.
Right.
2, subject to subsection 3, every bylaw not inconsistent with the provisions of the central government rule or any other enactment shall have the force and effect of law when approved by the cabinet and published in the Gazette. So again, you're not usurping the functions of central government. The government has to publish everything that it wants the county or the council to do. For example, every bylaw shall have under the seal of the council and signed by the chairperson, printed and exhibited in a prominent public place in the county, kept in the office of the council where it shall be open to inspection of the public and all reasonable hours. Bylaws made under subsection 1 may provide for any infringement thereof or failure to comply therewith, a penalty not exceeding $1,000 or $600 imprisonment and summary conviction. Here, now, Kim, some of the things that you need to know. Power to acquire lands. This act says the council may, with the approval of cabinet, never on its own. Cabinet has to sanction. Acquire, lease, purchase, or otherwise lands and buildings or any part thereof for any purpose of public utility, and in particular with respect to waterworks, markets, streets, roads, parks, and places of recreation. So the council can make application. Hey, all you in central government, you know what I mean. We want to get piece of land to build a park in Grand Bay. We want monies to put into this thing to build an abattoir because now we're getting more sheep and goat. We want to kill and provide. It goes on to say the council may accept, hold, and administer any gift or property for any public purpose or for the benefit of the inhabitants of the county or any part thereof, and may execute any works incidental or consequential to the exercise of the powers conferred under this section. Financial provisions. specifically your issue now, Kim. Revenue and expenditure to be accounted for. Section 23. All monies due to the council shall be paid to the secretary and placed in a deposit account maintained for this purpose at a bank approved by the cabinet. I remember when we set up the Ministry of Cargo and Diplomatic Affairs. It wasn't local government, but it gave us a certain independence.
Okay.
When we say we want money to build roads, we tell them we don't want to go through this thing where you mark approve and the Minister of Finance come and say pass an LPO. Put the money in the bank.
Right.
So we know that if we build in Bella Road will be built. It's the same principle that going to be applied here.
Okay.
So you don't tie down the county and the council. Say you're waiting on central government to pass the budget or to pass. Put the money in the bank.
Yeah.
You have cabinet, tell us which bank so that we know we ain't have to wait the same Grenada with small little character. Sometimes little petty jealousies come in. You don't get it. If you designate that we want to do certain things, that we plan for it in the budget, you put the money aside. Take all that money and put it there for whatever it is. Whether it's hurricane relief, whether it is for the roads to be built, whether it's for hospital, whatever it is, we contemplate. Don't have us begging. That money is set aside. That is what the act says here. All monies due to the council shall be paid to the secretary and placed in a deposit account maintained for this purpose by a bank approved by cabinet and shall not form part of the consolidated fund. Once you go in the consolidated fund, you're gone.
Yeah, that's it. You have it. So it's a separate account.
A separate and distinct account that gives you a certain latitude that you don't have to wait. You don't have to pretend. You have your scope of works, you have your men and them who go and do the work. Do it. Don't say I was going to do it. You don't build reputation by what you're going to do. You have to do it. So once that is open, good. Goes on to see section 2. All payments from the deposit accounts shall be made under the written authority of the secretary and countersigned by the chairperson, or in the absence of the chairperson by the deputy chairperson or some other member duly authorized by resolution of the council for that purpose. So again, you have the safety valve. Nobody ain't doing what they want. Sources of revenue.
Just before we go in there, and I want to take it step by step as I understand it. I've already mentioned secretary. The secretary is elected from among the councillors, or separate?
No.
So everything within that is elected within
elected rule.
Yeah.
You ain't just appointing people.
Yeah.
Chairman, deputy chairman, secretary, because you need a certain competence.
Yeah.
These bodies and them, you ain't doing things by friendship. You're doing things because you're competent to perform the role.
Mm-hmm.
And your constituency, the group of men and them who there about you going. Sources of revenue. How is revenue to come by? Crucial. Section 24. The revenues of the council shall be derived from the following sources. Source 1. Subvention or contribution from the central government. That is the most.
Okay.
Central government would appropriate and say this is what we put in.
Yeah.
2. Donations from sources other than central government, whether by gifts or by wills. Man, they say, well, all right, I feel good, I want to give the council a certain windfall. The council could take loans. They could go and say, I'm raising loans in the same manner as government go abroad and say, we want loan. Next, fees, dues, stollages, rents, tolls, or other charges fixed by the council for the use of its amenities and facilities. Wide and varied. They too. Butcher fees, I remember them stoppage fees and so on. Things there go and raising. You not have wider scope because the society has developed. Fees, proceeds from sales. You sell property, proceeds again go to the council. leases, rentals, mortgages, and exchange of property vested in the council. So property can go to the council in any other way. Rates and taxes imposed by the council. Point you making just now, Kim. The council can raise rates, taxes in respect of lands and other immovable property situated within the county. Revenue raised from the following sources: wharfs and harbor dues. 2. Postal agency fees as agreed between the council and central government. 3. Public utility service charges in relation to utilities provided by central government, a statutory body, or a company in which central government has majority shares. And 8. Revenue from all other sources from which the same may be lawfully derived, including any vote, contribution, or grant in aid of administration made or granted to the council from time to time by central government. It also now have borrowing powers of the council. So quite apart from the ability to raise taxes and its own so-called sources, the council may, with the approval of cabinet, everything again has the approval of the central government. So in other country, you Lego willy-nilly.
Yeah.
In other Lego transportation, not Lego beast. And a resolution of parliament. So you had to go to parliament too. Parliament had to pass resolution, things that the council want to do, to borrow on such terms and on such security as the cabinet shall from time to time deem fit any sum or sums of money for the purposes of exercising or performing any of the functions or duties of the council under the act. So there's no limitation. Because if you've gone outside of your bounds or your own remit, they could rein you back in because central government, cabinet, and parliament still have the tools to bring you back into line. Estimates. Estimates of revenue and expenditure from any year shall be prepared annually by the council. In the same way as you prepare your budget.
Yeah.
So you can come and say, well, we ain't get money. And you don't put forward your budget. You don't see how much money you want to raise. You don't see how much money you want to spend. So revenue and expenditure has to be budgeted in the same manner according to the law in the council and submitted to the minister.
Oh, the
and
minister.
To the Ministry of Finance.
Ministry, yeah.
Or the ministry?
Yeah, well, Ministry of Finance.
No. When I asked, because I thought you meant the minister that is along on the.
I don't think there might be anything like ministers anymore, you know. He might be a member of parliament, right?
No.
In the local government?
Not local government. The local government is not ministers. Ministers continue to remain ministers within central government.
Within central government, yes.
There's no local government.
So our MP, our minister now,
yes,
would not be.
He could still be a minister if he is holding a position in central government ministry. Yeah.
In other words, if he's going to be on the so-called council, he's really an ex officio member.
Ex officio, okay.
Ex officio member.
Right.
Without voting rights.
Yes, okay.
And powers.
So is there just to guide and say what the central government
will do and absolutely interact. In other words, things are going to happen that doesn't take him by surprise.
Right, okay.
So you could have his own appointee. He doesn't have to be in every meeting, but he has somebody you could say nominate or appoint this person to do that.
Okay.
You know? Accounts. Property. So I think
would there be a time for accountability? In other words, with all the powers given and all their ability to do whatever in the interest of the people, because I would think that the council would work in the interest of the people.
Well, basically, this is governed by Part 8 of the Act.
All right.
Meetings and the procedure for the council. Meetings of the council. And that section deals with the council shall meet at least once every quarter. And at such time that may be fixed by the bylaws of the council or when convened by the chairperson. The committee meetings of the council shall be held at such time as the secretary of the council and the committee shall deem necessary. All meetings of the council shall be held at such time and secretary in place something by man. If any 3 members of the council present to the chairperson a request in writing that the council should be convened for the consideration of some particular matter, it shall be duty of the chairperson to have the council convened accordingly without delay. If the chairperson refuses to convene a meeting of the council after a requisition for that purpose, the signed 3 members may have presented. 5 members shall form a quorum at any meeting in the council. Majority decisions and casting votes, members' pecuniary interest, the committees. It goes on to say that at the first meeting in each year, the council shall appoint a finance committee, a work and general purpose committee, and a health and social welfare committee. So it is contemplated by the functions of these committees to work along with the council so that they can facilitate their work without being bogged down. So the committee structure is paramount for the existence of the council so that they can now have people appointed. For the avoidance of doubt, a member of the council may be appointed to more than one committee. Naturally, if you have the skill set for a number of things, you could go and help. The council may appoint such other committees as it may think fit for any general purpose or special purpose. Now, we already have built into the system a regatta committee, committee, parent committee, kind of, well, all these committees are committees that now would be subsumed under the council so that the council can better able to run things. No one committee ain't going and serve all people. I remember regatta, I remember Maru, I remember these things cause confusion.
Right, yes, so they're all separate,
You are separate, but it is recognized that the committee is an essential creature of the council's work. And that is good, democratizing and giving other people responsibilities who is not yet appointed or elected. The council may delegate to a committee with or without conditions or restrictions as it thinks with any function exercised by the council other than the power to make bylaws, raise revenue, approve annual estimates, revenue and expenses, or borrow money. Again, broader room for more participation. So not every council, because they say the committee shall be one, finance, works, general purpose, health, and so on. They also are now empowered to appoint committees from time to time that is going to facilitate them to help them carry out their work efficiently. So they have that wide power. An assessment.
So let me ask you now, because you've gone through quite a number of things in detail there. You know. At this juncture, where are we now? How far are we from this being implemented?
Good step. As recent as last week, I was told that this bill is scheduled to be tabled in the parliament by September. That is foregone.
Yeah.
Now, assuming that takes place, it's tabled and gone through all the parliamentary process. Now, parliamentary process is one thing. Assuming it went to the House of Representatives, Senate, and received the royal assent.
To be gazetted?
To be gazetted. Let's say all of that happened in short order.
Right.
Now, the bill will now become an act of parliament. How then do we now operationalize the bill that is now an act? Now, the first thing you have to do is you have to set up a body that starts working. Interim body, if you want to call it.
Okay.
interim
Set up,
body.
you say?
Yes,
Yeah,
well,
yeah.
I mean,
Okay, no, just asking.
When we reach elections yet.
Right, okay. Right, yeah.
We now in the process now of putting the machinery in place for the election.
Mm.
But to facilitate the moving into operation that we want the council to start acting, the county must get going. We have to have a timetable. And my reading is that the timetable would be contingent on how fast we put those interim bodies in place. If the interim bodies come in place and they start working and man get in the field and so on, then you say, well, we had the machinery, I think we should start having local government election.
Right.
Because the interim body is not local government election. You need to have now tested on the ground what are the things that are crucial for bringing this thing in operation. So you're appointing now, if you want to say, well, your best advisors or your best village occupant, you could almost pick them in one hand from every village. People who emerge.
Right.
Yeah, that is very village. No, I remember, in fact, when the issue of local government came up, and I believe it may well be true to be saying that for the other so-called parties, if you go around each of the polling districts, let's see the 11 of them, and you do a survey, who do you see as a leader in this community? One certain name will come up.
Yeah.
Yeah, asking you if that is the truth, in a Karaku country. And that what happened when local government has been stultified. And people say they want to have local government. They put it in the manifesto, they do it so and so. And they go and they start feeling the ground. You go in Windward. Who you see as the leaders in Windward? Pat Compton. This, but then there's not people for us. So when we go in them, they go stop the process. That is not what must happen. If that is the case, then you're in trouble. But you have to put the thing to the test. Let the local people in each of the districts determine who are the leaders in the community that they would see to be leading. You can't go and put people to lead who they know if the hand sweet. And that is the good thing about this whole process. This thing to pick itself.
Yeah. So in other words, now the local government elections will be far different or different timing to the national elections.
Precisely. They had to have it at different time. And the act contemplates you put that thing in a yearly kind of machinery and so on. People come in and they know who are the parties. You have to publish the names of the people. As I said, if more than one name coming up in a polling district, for example, how do you deal with it? Well, you have to do your casting and so on, and then elect who is the person who we believe ought to be the fittest person to run it. So I think those things are what is the teething problem in my view.
Yeah, okay.
In fact, I was asked to look at a particular issue that plagues Caribbean countries when it comes to that part of the thing, the framework. And they say local government. The reintroduction of local government in Grenada, as they say, is significant. It is keeping with the core policy rooted in the National Government Sustainable Development Plan for 2013 to 2035 and fits into the government transformational agenda, the agenda that they talk about. The policy behind the legislation focuses on several key pillars. One, empowerment. The primary objective is to move away from the highly centralized system where all decisions are made in St. George's by establishing a local council, particularly for Carriacou and Petit Martinique, which have a constitutional mandate for local government. The policy seeks to give citizens a direct voice in the administration of their own communities. That is the pith and substance of it. So it then comes out, what is the legislative framework? First, the legislation must serve as a tool for institutional reform. By creating clear legal mandates for local officials, the government intends to improve fiscal transparency at the community level. That is the basis of how the community must run. This includes the implementation of better revenue collection, compliance systems that are manageable locally but remain under the umbrella of the National Council. Policy goal: you really shifting power from cabinet to the parish. Cabinet must not be the be-all and the end-all of all decision making. You're taking that away from the cabinet and put it in the hands of the parish. Secondly, strengthening the ability of communities to respond to climate shocks. Burial, all them problems we had, the community must be able to have the machinery in place that foresees, and you can't stop hurricane, but you can minimize the impact that it will have on people. The aligning of projects, the ensuring that the rural sister island residents have equal access to governance. So Piti Matnik would also have its own zonal council. That is good. So they too would have the access to what must be done. Now, there's an issue here that I think is crucial. What, in other words, how must we view local government in terms of the phases that Kim was asking about? And it sets out in no uncertain term what this thing must do. They say there should be three core pillars of local government. The first is the constitutional authority. What are the powers and boundaries of the council as distinct from the national government? What is your geographical area, the jurisdiction that the council must be dealing with? Local accountability. It is usually governed by locally elected representatives like a council or a mayor who are directly accountable to the residents of that specific community. Centralized versus decentralized. How much power a local government actually has depends entirely on the country's legal framework that generally falls into two categories. One, the administrative model. In this setup, the central government simply sets up local offices to carry out its orders. The local authorities have very little independent decision-making power or financial autonomy. They act as the hands of central state. That's not what we want. That model is not what is contemplated. What is contemplated is this model, devolution and the autonomous model. This is true. The local self-governance. The central government legally transfers specific powers, responsibilities, and financial resources to the local community. Specifically. Yeah? Under this model, the local government can pass its own bylaws, collect its own local taxes, and make independent decisions on how to develop the local community. That is what we want. That is the model we believe in going. And the typical responsibilities are public infrastructure, maintenance of roads, maintenance of street lighting, drainage, public spaces, sanitation, environment, waste collection, sewage, local environment, health processing, community services, management of local markets, cemeteries, community centers, recreational parks, planning and regulation, issuing and local building permits, zoning regulations, and licensing for small businesses. The principles are there stated. So we believe that with proper management and good tutelage without realizing that this thing cuts right across party political lines. Because that's what local government is. Local government is not because I is NDC, why is NNP, why is movement. I want to run things. Needs and no color.
So
grievance and no color. If you have a grievance, you have a grievance. You don't need to be an NNP grievance or an NDC grievance. Grievance is grievance. So I think we should get this thing passed fast.
As soon as possible.
In my books.
Yeah.
I want to see this passed.
You just mentioned here.
So let me just ask, please, gentlemen. I'm trying to, as I said, trying to put on everything in my understanding. Would there be an opportunity, and when does that come, for the public to question, or the council to come to the people, report to them, and the public can get transparency and accountability for all that they would have done? Is there any provision for that to happen?
Well, not in the manner in which you said. There is no provision, but I mean, when you have recall, as they say in any exercise, the same steps that we have with national elections, where you go around and you have the prime minister reporting and you have the ministers going and report. You call on your polling division chiefs and them to do the same thing.
Yeah.
You need to elect
to
put in a document that all you come and report to the constituency or to the polling division.
Yeah.
That in of itself is built into the mechanism.
Yeah.
You as the chief of the polling division, you as the ward chief. The people they call and say, well, we want a meeting with you anytime. And you have 11 such openings for that. You don't need to put that in a document, say meet once a fortnight or meet every year. The mechanism itself breeds interaction, it breeds accountability, it breeds transparency, because the quicker and the more you meet with them to find out how they are
what they're doing here, the better.
It's better.
It's better, yeah.
You need to put that in a book.
Because as you mentioned, about the council meet about maybe every quarter, right?
That's right, quarterly.
But the representatives in the constituency could meet at any time they desire to.
And the law provides that they could call meetings at the time once they feel it is necessary to discuss issues that concern the community.
Yeah.
So the public have a say.
Yes,
well, definitely. Because
I mean, you're doing that if we must all bring the general public. Individual polling divisions.
Yeah.
So they may well come and say, all right, let we have all the polling divisions come together, the 11 of them. But you will know what that is. That is the constituency branch.
Yeah.
You bring in people together, so you have more room to talk, more room to interact. And that's what this must be about. Governments must be by the people, for the people, and with the people.
So the representative from that community will be speaking for the community.
As simple as that.
Yeah,
and you have 11 of them doing that.
Right.
So when you bring all 11 of them together, well, you know what you have it? Togetherness. And more people participating in governance. Governance is what I think is the objective.
And then out of the 11, you're going to have these subcommittees.
Which is why I said wider participation.
Right.
Because not 11 men alone are going to do it. We would need men to work with them to bring about whatever goals they set themselves. So it's all good, all around.
Yeah.
I mean, that's how I see it.
Well, the response, I'm telling you.
I mean, men, you should knock the revolution. I is a product of the revolution. I can see. You know, it's true. I can't go and hide behind that you wanted me. It's true. I mean, people like me for that, people dislike me for that, but so be it. But you get the people's feeling. Every single way. In other words, no decision should be made without people having a say in how it come about.
Right.
Whether it's at the level of the village, whether it's the level of the national, whether it's the level of the local, all decision making. Look, all this thing about GPG. and all these things are going on now. You think if you had your local input and people in this, and boy, you're going to ask question now after the thing, you know, the best kept secrets, as if we run the country as if we're in a lodge. That is to avoid that sort of thing. You're getting people to come forward and talk about what they have in their mind. Whether you like it or you don't like it, the man's view is the freest thing on the market. So bring it forward.
Yeah.
A lot of decisions are made today because of all local people come in and say, well, this is what I think is good for us. You may not like it, but it come forward and then it take, and that's how things grow. So, Tana, see your concern, but I believe that could be satisfied
You see,
with it.
concern here because accountability is so important in these local spaces. Yeah.
Well, accountability is important in every
but
particular issue that you do.
Yeah, I know, but I'm responding to the fact that you say I'm concerned. I'm saying
Oh,
yes,
yeah. Well,
yes, I am.
Yes,
because those things need to. People have to have confidence in their leaders and people who guide stuff and so on. So I'm just saying that should be clearly stated, the process for accountability and transparency. You know, our former Prime Minister, that's Tillman Thomas, used to always talk about good governance and transparency and accountability.
Well, in local government, I mean, this is one of the pillars it's going to be built on.
Well, and not only that, maybe Tan didn't listen to me when I was giving the explanatory notes.
Mm-hmm.
The opening salvo that I gave said these words, Stan. I won't go the whole thing. I'll take it back. Although provision is made under certain legislation for Carriacou and Petit Martinique to constitute a county for the purposes of local government, the existing legislative framework does not provide a comprehensive modern system of local government capable of 1, promoting democratic participation, 2, accountability, 3, local autonomy, 4, effective service delivery. This bill is designed to do that.
Right.
This bill is designed to bring back accountability.
I'm all for it. I mean,
that is what is contemplated.
Okay.
Whether we succeed or not depends on all of us. Not only me, not only Kim,
everybody.
You too. So we are now called upon to play a role.
Well, we're calling on you now to play your role. Make sure that you have the documents already prepared and organized to go into Parliament for the next in the month of September.
Oh yes.
Next month. We're talking about next month.
It's next month. Yes.
It's next month. Yes.
I'm saying, do we have all those things there?
Yes.
No. I'm saying it's not there, but just saying the time factor here is in next month, September.
Right.
Yeah.
No, yes, I am aware that this is not a here and now thing. This is something that is very urgent. And we need to give it the attention that it deserves.
Right. And once it goes through Parliament, then it goes to the House, the Senate, and then approved by both.
Yes.
Next
I thought I heard one time that there will be an opportunity for the people of Carriacou, where this council is going to be functional, to discuss that, discuss the bill. Well, it's a bill now.
Yes.
So there'll be opportunity before it goes to Parliament or after.
It could be an opportunity. Well, I mean, the bill is now before us. Before it actually goes to be
Parliament.
read.
Yes.
I think both before and after it has been passed, people would have, let's say, in this exercise. Before, if it is one before, where you bring the 11 polling divisions, they sit together and say, this is what the bill is now.
Right.
Let's get your participation on it. What is your feedback? Give us before the actual September.
So the people in Petit Martinique and Carriacou will have the opportunity to express their views
on it. Oh, definitely. That's not my province. That's the minister's province. We just now hand it to him because I think today they're listening to this program to see now what.
One of the things I like about it there too, that you mentioned earlier on, is that the council will have the power, to make bylaws and make, you know.
Yeah,
as it
because
pertains
I mean,
to-
you know, Carriacou, we have our own.
Yes.
We own peculiar facilities. We have we own makeup. Certain things happen to us in a way that we alone could handle. So you cannot Grenada come and buy law for Carriacou and Carriacou sit down and you're waiting on us to say, come and do that.
We make the decision.
We must make the decision.
That's it.
We must participate in it. Huh?
I could see if people would enjoy being part of this, because it puts the power in your hands to make your decisions, and everyone likes to make decisions. So the central government would not be able to basically just run things as they normally would have in a constituency. Now we're gonna deal with it.
And to bring closure on the argument, and you will like this. There is a famous local government advocate, John Nadbit, who once said that people whose lives are affected by a decision must be part of the process of arriving at that decision.
I like that.
Oh, you mean?
I like that.
That's what we're saying here.
Yeah.
People whose lives
affected by the decision
must be part of the process of arriving at the decision.
We're going to end on that.
No, hold on that.
I like that.
One more we could ask for.
Yeah.
So you can't come and say you don't want it. If you don't want it, it means you don't want to take part in what governs your life.
Right.
So when you start to die, you have to start with liable to be affected.
Must be part of arriving at the
process.
Okay.
I'll send the
Mr.
code
Pratt,
to you. My brother.
I want to thank you so much for coming in today and giving us, all the information we need, because I think now we're at a point where looking forward to local government, and we realize that is on the burner, just ready to cook now.
Yes.
On the burner now.
You cook already?
No, it's on the burner. And keep us updated as to what's taking place.
Most definitely. Well, I like doing that. So I use very little energy in calling you and say, "We came over, we right here." We go.
That's it.
I'll keep you posted.
Keep me posted on that, Dean. And people would appreciate the information as well too.
Oh yeah,
because it's something that's been talked about for a long time, and now we're seeing
daylight.
Yeah,
and even me started to get frightened again. But I say, "But you mean we don't get it again? We dropped the ball even in my time, because I think we should have had it since then."
Yeah, but
anyway,
never too late.
Never too late to enter the kingdom.
Okay. Thank you once again.
Thank you, my brother.
Koi,
yes.
Thank you so much. And also our brother here, Pastor Caesar, who's been there patiently listening and absorbing all the material. Yeah? Thank you once again. Okay.
Pastor Caesar is my brother in arms, as in thoughts and deeds.
Okay. All right. Okay.
The views expressed on this program are those of the host and guests and not the views of this radio station.
And that's just about to wrap up our program for today, right here on Vibes FM, Speak Out Unfiltered. We want to thank you so much for your participation. Those of you who listened, those of you who called, in whatever way you made a contribution, we appreciate. So until next time, your humble servant, yours truly, Kim the King, signing off at this time, wishing you all the best.